Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
You know we will. Big day today, folks. Feature stories. We will be reviewing the Salty Cracker video on the horrendous school bus attack. Maybe we'll touch upon the Chinese spy balloon. Powerful, epic success. News from our community. Activist news from our community. You're not going to believe it. We are going to want to keep pushing. This is going to be a big year. You're happy you are here today. The Go Free Lesson of the Day segment is Uncovering Your MPs. We'll be continuing with that. From the glossary, we will get to the spheres and circles we are in, so you'll understand what we mean when we are talking about those things. And the MP today is, we're going to be, actually it's an MC. We'll be talking about doom drollery. Doom droll, what is that? We're adding that to our lexicon. Your comments, calls, and questions. And then there's this. Daily Wire had a conference for all the new social media talent they had signed contracts with over the previous year. After whipping the crowd of YouTubers, Twitchers, and the like into a frenzy, the MC, Mephistopheles, handed the mic over to Benny Shapiro. Shapiro's soporific speech concluded with a Q&A. One up-and-coming YouTuber with a glow of true adoration on his face asked Benny, "Every time I turn around, you are leveling up, sir. More money, a bigger house, nicer cars, more vacations, more adoring fans." Benny cut him off. "Listen, if you work hard, pay your dues, putting in endless hours streaming and writing blogs for us, and take those penalty pay cuts with a stiff upper lip, I'll level up next year again." And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. Who knew that when you pay your dues and you work hard for Daily Wire, that Benny and the rest at the top, they just keep leveling up with all of their money and adoring fans. Great to see everybody here today. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, as you all know. 7 in Sydney, 10 p.m. in London, and midnight in Moscow, where Russia is winning a war that we hope will end very, very soon. If you would like to comment over the course of this gathering, and folks, we're going to start off with an action item. If you are on Twitter, head on over to Twitter right now. Don't wait, head now and click share on this stream right now that is streaming on Twitter. You go right there, give it a like, give it a retweet. You could retweet with comment, I presume, on these as well. Do that right now. We could take advantage of Twitter for who knows how long to be able to get the truth and love, hope, and redemption out to our brothers and sisters out there and everybody else who would like to know about combating anti-whiteism. We're glad you're here. Action item, folks. Make sure you do that. Let's make it happen. There's no reason why we shouldn't have a ton of folks watching us over on Twitter that aren't going to bother to come over to YouTube or any of these other platforms that we are on. It's great to see everybody here. You can speak right to me over the course of this gathering by tagging me as No White Guilt. You can do that on Twitter. You can write under the thread on Twitter there. I'll be checking it, but not as often as I will be, of course, on YouTube, on DLive, on Odyssey, and on Entropy. The links are everywhere below. You may also financially gift over the course of this gathering, and every financial gift will be read, although I might have to change the wording a little bit. You may do so at Cash App in the description below at no cost to you. You can financially gift there with the cryptocurrency as well. You can financially gift over at DLive. We can now receive their cryptocurrency over there again. So if you give me those lovely little lemon things or ice cream cones or whatever they are, I will say hello and thank you for those. And of course, over at Odyssey, they have a cryptocurrency as well. You can financially gift there in their cryptocurrency, which I understand is maybe worthless now, but who knows, and or cash as well. You can head on over to Entropy, and that is in the description below. You can financially gift over on Entropy, and 15% of that goes to the wonderful people. 15% go to the wonderful people who are running Entropy, and we love them. We want them to continue doing what they're doing for freedom of speech. God bless that entire crew and families. You can also watch us actually over there on Rumble. And we are live there at the exact same moment, streaming all over the place, and glad to see everybody everywhere. Wonderful to see all the hellos coming through. You are not going to want to miss what's about to happen, what you're about to learn. But before I say that, I will say finally that you can financially gift with cryptocurrency by heading over to nowhiteguilt.org. Click on the financial gift tab. You'll click on that tab and you'll scroll down and you'll find the wallets we use, as well as a snail mail address if you would rather snail mail me. And I do love me some snail mail when it comes in the old mailbag. But the very first thing we're going to do, we got huge news. We got such huge news that it's going to make your eyes water. It's going to make your mouth water. The success of this community, the success of the Go Free method of argumentation. And if you go beyond that, you'll find that we can actually treat the poisonous ideas that are in your system when you begin speaking about these things from a place of love, hope, and redemption with the concepts that we use here designed to undermine the psychological warfare that is being waged against us. But before we do that, we are going to quickly have some celebration for all of those who automatically financially gift over the course of the month without a single thing. They are on our honors roll call. And at the very top of the honors roll call are the all-stars. Now, if you would like to financially gift over the course of every month without having to think one thought about it, you too can drop down in the description and you can be one of these names that we are about to read out. And we begin at the very top with the all-stars of the honors roll call. Nothing but 007s. Nothing but 007s, raucous emojis. Big news, folks. Big news I'm going to share with you in just a moment. Please, raucous emojis for all of these champions. We begin with the man at the very top, Promethean Healing, at the very top of the All-Stars. We also have another champion, know him well, No White Guilt, Calypse there in the All-Stars. Final Blossom in the All-Stars. Joseph in the All-Stars. And who else do we have in the all-stars of the honors roll call? These are all true, wonderful people. I think that's all of them in the all-stars. Now we'll go with the rest of the honors roll call. Keep the celebration going, please, ladies and gentlemen. And we begin with all-star Ben Kelly, Wingit, Save Western Civilization Now, King Petrus, the great Brad C is over there. Happy Cat, not a sad cat in the house. Michigan Wave, please keep the raucous emojis going. For Starshine Girl, User 15, User 5E, Gex, as well as Mavrant, Zenizak, Mr. Walker is over there, Greg is there, User 42 is there, GDA is over there, Connor is over there, as well as George. And rounding out this list, keeping the raucous emojis going, God bless every one of you. 007s. We have the European man is over there. We have Scott is in this list, as well as WK Hendrickson, and WM Max Emilian and WRM Wayne. God bless every single one of these champions for being on the monthly list. If you did not show up, if I did not just say, listen again, if you did not hear your name, maybe I read a part of your name, maybe not the whole thing. Make sure that your payments are going through, that you have not had something happen and that they are not blocking your payment. They haven't canceled the card, that whatever it is, they've done some unscrupulous things from time to time. And sometimes it's just an accident. Sometimes it is just a glitch and you have to re-up the card or whatever it might be. If you would like to do that, you can head into the description below and you will find the platforms that you can use to financially gift monthly without even having to think about it. You are just participating in white well-being, in combating anti-whiteism. You are participating, and you want to know what you are participating in doing. Why is this so different? Why am I so excited today, even more so than normal? Got to turn on the AC when it's 50 degrees outside, because that's how excited I am. And we're going to be telling you why in just a moment. Hold your horses, because we have a few more swashbuckling announcements to read and get excited about. Share the URL so that more people can come and be a part of actual change in Western civilization. That's what we're doing here. That's why I'm so excited. I'm going to point out right now, because of the efforts of all of you, of all of these good folks out there, finally breaking through this wall that has been built by the anti-whites, that's been built by the antags out there as well, busily putting bricks up. We knock them down. We are growing by the hundreds in followers. Wonderful folks. If you are one of those new folks on my Twitter, on the YouTube, or any of these other platforms, by the hundreds of new followers. If you are one of these wonderful people, don't be afraid to sit back and just watch and lurk. Don't be afraid to say hello. We are a very loving community. We're here to answer your questions. We know that you're going to be seeing some concepts used that you don't see very often. You're like, what's a Westman? I've never seen that. What's Western kind? I think I know what that is. Don't be afraid to ask. People will help you out. Nobody, if you come in here in this space and you use some different lexicon, different words, different concepts than we use, nobody's going to criticize you for that. They might say, hey, this is a better way if you'd like to try it out sometime. I use this, and it's always worked well for me, and that's what we're doing here, and it's really amazing. If you want to keep doing that, then it's working for you, then fine. But if you want to level up here, unlike Shapiro leveling up with the Bucks, right? With the Bucks, unlike that, you can level up in your psychological defense against the psychological warfare that the anti-whites wage against us. A big, heartfelt welcome from yours truly in this community to every one of you, hundreds and hundreds more that have followed just over the past week. Anders wanted me to read this for some bragging rights. Folks doing amazing things. We're going to recognize again last month winners for competition of bringing in the most people as part of this outreach team. We have RC the Realist and his wife, Promethean Echo. 07s for these champions with a combined total of 6 people that they brought in. All of these people have gotten a first or a copy of the first edition of Go Free and pointed toward the second and iteration 2. Honorable mention, he says, to White Baron as well. He came in second place, bringing folks in. He said, we're not even a week into February, and the competition is already heating up. Northern Dawn, Raucous emojis, folks, for these people, has already brought in another 4 people within the last 24 hours alone. They've been vetted, got their copies of Go Free, have been invited to group readings we're doing tomorrow, of course, and this would be a couple days ago. We don't know who the winner is going to be this month because we're just getting started. You won't know the February until the beginning of March. We already brought in a combined number of people, giving them a method that is, I guess, equals the previous month. And this is equal to what we did exactly previous. Momentum is building, Anders says. I can feel that our people are fired up. Just got to get people in the doors and we can get them started. We absolutely can, folks. Reach out, links below. There are different going free clubs. They're all over planet Earth. You can be a part. You can start one of your own. There are 2 outreach teams. There are 2 community chats. Look into it. Find these people. Participate. There are a dozen different small groups who work anonymously. You get into these groups. You start talking in the outreach, in the different community chats, the open chats. They might invite you. You can be part of their efforts to spread the lexicon, to bring people in, to target specific content creators. We are making it happen. This is an energy in an engine for success. That is what we're doing here. And huge. You're not going to believe how huge this is. Everybody is telling me how epic it is. I can't tell you how excited I am. It's coming up in just a moment. And then we're going to get to the Salty Cracker video about this wicked beating of a little girl on a school bus. And we're going to review that video. We'll say some things about the Salty Cracker, his community, and the news that's being covered, maybe some corrections. I want to shout out some names. I want to salute some names of people that I noticed in Gab, on Twitter, on YouTube. If you are participating in spreading the lexicon, you would like to be recognized for your efforts, tag me on those platforms, at least those platforms. Tag me so that I can see you're out there, you're making it happen. Because there are plenty of folks out there that are doing it, and I get it. There are a lot of you out there who they just want to be anonymous. They just want to work. You just want to do your thing. You don't want to even have your screen name read. I get it. But for those of you, we want to celebrate everyone. This is not a leaderless movement. This is not a leaderless community. This is an all leaders community. This is an all doers community. Nobody is here just to watch somebody get excited or say some silly stuff or comedic stuff or to laud an individual until the end of time. There's no cult of personality unless that is your own personality. I want to throw out some names of people that I've seen really just kicking rear on these different platforms. Slots, Franklin, Biospirit of the West, Anders. We have Thunder Down Under Lunder, Porridge. I just made that up. Shannon Oliver, The Great Kate, Patrick of Southtown, Western Kind Art, Lycomedes, No White Guilt clips, Jerome V. There are others, but let's get some 07s for these champs. 07s, please. Let's recognize their dedication. Day in, day out, day in, day out. These people are making it happen for white well-being. Not just consuming entertainment, not just showing up to hear the latest doom dissecting, which is nothing but endless reruns. But my friends, making it happen for our people to change the world we live in, literally holding the pen and writing themselves into our story as heroes of the great reclamation of our destiny, that Western sunrise, truly amazing. We're going to keep the celebrations going. We're going to be getting to that video in just a moment. And the secret news that I'm about to share with you as we approach 4.5 minutes outside the bottom of the hour here on the East Coast, ladies and gentlemen. Great Kate, if you didn't watch over this past week, you aren't involved, you didn't see the video this past week, Great Kate hit a tweet. And this, I tell you, is something that we are focused on making happen. So it's not a one-off. It's not one of these bizarre scenarios. It's not. She's got a tiny account that she just made public, although she's been on Twitter for a while, focusing on how can we bring as many people as possible into the awareness of the go free method of argumentation, into the awareness of the need to oppose the great evil of our age, which is anti-whiteism, destroying everything for everybody with the excuse that we need retributive justice against the white race to destroy this. It's even, they'll say, we have to have gender studies in the Black American or African American, whatever they call it at the university studies. We have to have this here because retributive justice against white people. It's always the excuse, ladies and gentlemen. It's always is. We focus on taking steps to make people aware. Not a one-off, but a plan come to fruition. 1.2 million views and counting on her tweet that she, by the way, got from the news from the Harvard News, from Biospirit of the West. Talk about collaboration. Not even intending to collaborate. She found this news. She made this tweet. And it had my website. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. Get ready for some raucous emojis, some 007s. Let's get us some swashbuckling flags, because there ain't never been swash like this. There ain't never been swash like this, my friends. 1,000 hits to the website from that tweet alone. People clicking on the website on that tweet. 1,000, we're almost at 1,000 people went to nowhiteguilt.org as a consequence. Now, if you know anything about marketing, you've got to hit people up again and again, especially if they're looking at something that they've never seen before. It's not just another box that they can put things in. You've got to get to them. You got to get to them again and again. 1,000 people. Do you hear me? She got into the thread. She got into that thread. Hundreds of conversations. She responded to people, and she works for a living. She has to work for a living. Hundreds of conversations. Big salute. 007s. Raucous emojis. Big thank you to Biospirit of the West as well, because if it had not been for Biospirit of the West tweeting this thing out about Harvard, that's actually 20 years old. And I covered this, and Franklin pointed this out. I covered when this Noel Ignatieff died. I covered this anti-white POS. Magnificent. And I want to get a big 07 and raucous emojis for every one of you who heeded my action item and got into the threads, started conversations with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of folks who were wondering what's going on in the world. How could it be this bad? How are people saying these kinds of things and getting away with it? Is it really all about it being anti-white? Yes. Yes, it is. And I saw a bunch of wonderful conversations taking place. Heroes from this community, enlightening folks that had jumped in, that had seen this tweet by the great Kate. God bless every single one of you. It's not over. And this isn't even the secret big news that I'm talking about, that I'm about to reveal about our activism. This isn't even it. We're getting there. We're getting there. There were people on that thread, 1.2 million, talking about lawsuits and group lawsuits against Harvard. In other words, against the anti-whites at Harvard. Lawsuits have a way of making people nervous about doing the thing that they were sued for. In fact, one of the people, now these are people who aren't even in this community. This is exactly how Go Free is designed to work. How many times have I said over the years? How many times have I said, we got to get to our brothers and sisters with the tools they need to succeed for themselves and our people and our countries where they are, with their talents, with their abilities, with their power, with their wealth, or whatever it is, where they are. These are folks that we're getting to where they are. In other words, we didn't have to convince them to join a political party. We didn't have to convince them to march in the streets. We didn't have to convince them to have a show of force, which is really a show of farce against the anti-whites who hold all the power in the world. No, they're talking about group lawsuits and individual lawsuits. And one guy had already started the lawsuit process against Harvard. That, my friends, is deserving of some raucous emojis and some swashbuckling flags, crossing swords and shields. My God, if there's anything to get excited about, it's that we engendered lawsuits and potential lawsuits, class action lawsuits against Harvard, against the anti-whites, against the publication by the work that we're doing here. This is how it has to work. I figured it out. You cannot do it with these old failed strategies. Nothing but love for everybody participating in this. God bless you all. Here's another big one. And then we're going to get to the biggest news of all. Here's another big one. And then after the biggest news of all, we're going to move into reviewing the salty cracker video of the wicked beating of a 9-year-old little girl by a teenager beating a 9-year-old little girl on a school bus. We're going to get into that, why that happened, and what you should know about it, how you can talk about it in just a moment. Before we get to those things, we're going to tell you this. The great Imminent Reign has finished P9, Prometheus 9 of the legend of Prometheus. Folks, it's done. Now, if you stick around, and later in the gathering today, at the normal segment for announcements, I am going to play the beginning of Imminent Reign's video so you can see that on April 30th at 5 p.m., I don't know if that's Eastern or what it is, we'll find out, at 5 p.m., April 30th, he is going to release the whole album along with Prometheus 9, the final song. It's been created, been working on for years now. For years. I have a very touching little bit of an email from the great Imminent Reign that I might read to you all later in the show as well. Remember, this is the Promethean rock, metal rock, whatever you want to call it, album that the great Imminent Reign, a true talent, a true musical talent. If we lived in an age that wasn't anti-white, this guy would be on stage with the biggest names. And I'm not kidding you. I'm not just saying that. His talent is unbelievable. You've seen him perform here plenty of times. Truly amazing. You've heard the other songs, and we'll play at the first break. We're going to play the latest, which is the 8 that's published, number 8, P8. We will play that when we go to break, coming up here in about an hour or so. Don't go anywhere. This guy finishing up this album, dedication to the work that we're doing, dedication to Prometheus Rising and the spirituality in that book that you can find on Amazon. You can find it at nowhitecoolcollectibles.org .com. My rewriting of Prometheus. So it's called Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny. Total dedication, genius, musical genius. You're going to want to make sure that you are a part of that on April 30th. And he is asking everybody to participate in the release, trying to build as much hype as possible. We'll talk more about it a little later. Here's the biggest news. Are you all ready for this? I got to get a drink of water. Can you even fathom how big this is? This is huge, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to build up to the really epic bit. Let me see how I have to do this on the screen here. I'm going to have to do this. And then this. Oh, I got to do that. Is that it? And then we do this. All right. Now, you all may have seen on my Twitter that after I tweeted about this wicked beating of this 9-year-old little girl on the school bus down in Florida. And that tweet, getting that information out did okay. But then what I found when looking through the news about this beating on the school bus, I found the news by iHeartMedia that posted a picture for the story of a little white boy assaulting either another little white boy or white girl. Let me see. I'll pull that up. Probably a little boy, short hair. I will share that with you right now. Let's see. All right. Can you all see that? So I tweeted a picture from the actual beating, which was being, these pictures are all over the internet, promulgated everywhere, right? And then I put this, and I said what actually happened, and then how the anti-white regime is showing you, publicizing, sharing the story, how they are reporting on the wicked attack on the school bus. And here's what was there. This little white boy, fist drawn. This is what white kids do, right? So I tweeted that tweet, 155,000 views and climbing. 155,000 views, and it hasn't slowed down yet. That's epic news in and of itself, because I think I have my website on there, and I think maybe the YouTube is on there as well. It's traveling. It's a great place for an action item. If you want to get into conversations and enlighten people to help bring them over, our brothers and sisters, non-white people out there, you want to bring them to the battle against anti-whiteism, the great evil of our age. That is a great time, or this is a great opportunity to get into it and make a difference, because there are plenty of people to talk to. That isn't even the great news. 155,000 is huge for an account that is the size account that I have. Not nearly as big as the tiny account that the great Kate has, 1.2 million. And that'll be happening again because we are going to make it happen. But let me show you what I did. I tweeted that, and then let me just see this. Oh, I don't have it there. Let me see. I will put the picture up of it in a moment. I thought I had it in that file. Let me just read it directly out of my email. I tweeted that, and I wrote to iHeartMedia, and I said this. I wrote them and I said this. I'm writing on behalf of a large, and pay attention, because what it says, who it came from, what that community is. I'm writing on behalf of a large and growing community of well-being activists. We want you to know that we are disgusted with your use of a photo depicting a white little boy physically beating another child to represent a large black boy beating up a Hispanic little girl on the bus. By the way, and we can talk about that in just a moment. Let me pull that back up. All right. Pull that back up really quickly. All right. So that was my tweet. That was their picture. Let me keep reading. We demand that you change the picture to reflect the actual event or use a generic picture that does not falsely condemn white children. I have tweeted about the disparity, and the tweet has nearly 100,000 views and growing in under 24 hours. We have thousands of activists, and we can make this publicity a lot worse for you. Ladies and gentlemen, then this happened. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? How many of you can fully appreciate what just happened? How many of you? Let's get some 07s and raucous emojis for the method of argumentation, the method of reclaiming our destiny, the method of reclaiming your life from anti-whiteism. How many times? Where does this happen? Nowhere else. Nowhere else. I reached out to a major media entity in the West, and I said, listen to me. Listen to me. We can, with our position of love, hope, and redemption, we can ruin this for you. And you know what they said? We don't want that headache. We'll just change that picture. It went from this to that. This to that. Now, let me ask you, how many of these show of force in the streets, how many of these new political party, how many of these just for the whatever history, how many of these just for this ethnicity groups who are antags playing the villain in the anti-white narrative could write to a major media entity and say, we demand that you change this picture to stop demonizing white children, and have them give a shit what they would say? Zero. How many times do we have to change the actual world? This is epic. This is absolutely epic. And we have a community project that I'm going to talk about later in this gathering today that you might be able to play a part in that is somehow similar to this sort of a thing. We just made iHeartMedia stop misrepresenting and demonizing and causing ill feelings, drawing the noose of suspicion around all white children in the story that they ran. Now, is that success? Is that swash? Should we keep playing the antag? Should we keep playing the villain? We changed the language across the West. We've got them using anti-white and anti-whiteism. That's us. That's what we did, baby. That's us. Now we're getting folks increasingly to use anti-white narrative and Western kind. That's us, baby. That's what we do across Western civilization. From the absolute top of the regime's media, mainstream media, lamestream, using the concepts that we have pushed into their mouths, our absolute abject, demonic victimizers, even using the concepts that we use precisely because I said this is how it would happen. All the way down to people by the water cooler, by the lathe, by the press. And now demonstrating that we can reach out. You know what they did? They went over and they saw that tweet and they were like, holy shit, they're not Nazis over there. They're not socialists. Holy shit, they don't have a fascist symbol. Holy shit, they're not marching with masks on. We can't just say that they're a bunch of demons. These are actual people. These are actual, normal, loving people. And we look really bad here because everybody can see what actually happened on that bus. They're going to be able, you know what they said, whether it was just one person or whether it went to management or whatever, who knows? They were able to look at it and say, wow, they're going to be able to recruit like hundreds of millions of people against us. Because look at who they are. They're not the villains. They're not demons out there in the world. They're normal white people who have had enough, and they are aided by good non-white people who have had enough with anti-whiteism. It's just going to be easier to go ahead and change the image. So you had this past week 2 tweets. One of them that changed things in the real world. One of them engendering lawsuits against anti-whites at Harvard. The other one moved the hand of a major media entity in the United States. Case closed, case closed. Now we're going to get into this video, and we hit 15 minutes to the top. I will quickly show you this for those who are unaware. That's the mother of the little girl. This was on one channel. She didn't want to be on TV. She didn't want to be on TV. And that's all they showed there. But then on another channel, and there, of course, is the actual attack. And then on another channel, they just went ahead and showed her face and didn't give the real name. So what's another big difference there? As I find the Salty Cracker video and we get started on that. I wonder if any of these antag groups would have cared at all if the little girl had, if they knew the little girl had been non-white. I wonder if they would have cared at all. My guess is no. Two tweets, 1 week. Massive. This is how Westmen, men, women, and children, there's no West woman. Westman is just the word we use for white people because white technically just a color. This is what Westman should be doing. You use the Go Free method because it genuinely represents who we are. If it doesn't genuinely represent who you are, it's not for you. Or you need to change who you are so that you can get back to a place of love and away from the place of demonizing other groups of people. Now, for me, for the antags out there, if they would have known this little girl was non-white, or what apparently she's non-white, if they would have known that, they wouldn't have said anything about this. But we would. You know why? Because white erasure in Western civilization is causing everyone to suffer. The only way to stop the suffering is to combat anti-whiteism, is for all of us to combat anti-whiteism of every race. We have to destroy anti-whiteism to save the West. There'll be more beatings on buses, a lot more, if white erasure of white norms, Western norms, that's white norms, rules of conduct, etc. Like there was one guy in the thread that said, well, this isn't about being anti-white. This is because standards aren't being. Where do you think the standards come from? Where do you think those standards come from that force behavior to be ordered and uniform and conducive to civility, what we refer to as civility and Western civilization? It comes from us as things are white erased. White people, white norms, white history, etc. As that's taken out of America, you get this. And it's happening all over the West to all people. 1 week. Lawsuits against Harvard. 1 week. Major media platform capitulates. 1 week. You want to go do another flyering with some of those antiquated approaches and vehicles and some demonized symbols. You want to go do some more of that? You want to go out and say that the Dems are the real racists? You want to go do some more of that? No. Grow up. Do what succeeds. God bless everybody for being a part of it. Let's get into... I could not be more excited. I mean, this has just been unreal. All right, let me change this. And we will now watch Salty Cracker's video. It's a short one. If you don't know who Salty Cracker is, he is an entertainer on the internet, and he talks about socio-political subjects. He is... I guess maybe if you're in the anti-white narrative and you're using their left-right paradigm, which we don't use, then he would be considered maybe slightly right of center or right of center. He uses their locutions. He uses their concepts when he talks, and his material is geared to people with a little bit of a lower IQ. And that's not an insult. That's just the way the world is. You can have some people who have very high IQs. Most people have middling, and some people will have lower IQs. It's just the way it works. Can everybody hear that okay? The screaming on the bus. I can't really even... Maybe we can jump by some of that. I don't really want to show the actual... Because that's... Okay. What is that? Loud and clear, Promethean Healing. Thank you very much. We got some great champs here today. I want to say hello to everybody who's over there on Twitter who are watching. Let me get some coffee in these veins. So you saw a brief snippet of the violence. I'll tell you. Effectively, the video begins. A child in the back of the bus turns on, I guess, the phone that he has with him and begins videotaping. And the little girl, who I believe to be Hispanic, light-skinned Hispanic, is having a tussle back and forth with a little boy who is black, probably her age. And he's punching her. He's whacking her. And then this, as you saw, this teenager stands up and then starts going on her, throwing blows to her head. And I guess maybe, I don't know if the teenager and the black teenager and the black little boy are related directly, or if they're just both black. And so he felt like he was going to beat on the little Hispanic girl because she's fighting with a little black boy. I don't know. But you can see how vicious and violent. Now, here's something. Western norms gone. Western rules of conduct, expectations gone. Absolutely gone. The school bus not only has the school bus driver, which should have order over the bus. You know, when Western norms, when our counties, our communities, our schools were not white erased, you could have like a 90-year-old school bus driver. How many of you had the 90-year-old school bus driver and everybody obeyed her? She was frail or fat or plump or whatever. She couldn't stop a fight. She couldn't do anything but drive the bus. She did it well. They could count on her. She would show up to work. She would drive kids safely. She would get to the destinations, right? When things were very white, when they were very, and as a consequence, very Western, and we do not, for those out there who get squeamish about, oh God, he's talking about it, we did something good. That's a sign that you have been victimized, that you are infected with anti-whiteism. You have to work on that. And we are here to help you for that. We're going to be nice. We're going to hold your hand. We have to talk about where we are being victimized. We have to be able to be proud of who we are and what we do. Why? Because the world needs us to be proud of who we are and do what we do. Do you understand? Since we have surrendered that, the world looks more and more like this. Since we have surrendered that, the world looks more and more like Ecuador, more and more like these countries around the world from which these people stream every opportunity. Every opportunity. No one stays there. The other countries of the world, no one outside the West, no one stays unless they're riding high. They're too dumb to leave. They can't. They're stuck there for family or whatever it is, some other sort of connection. Or there isn't a lie they can tell to get into the West. So there's something about the West. Now, I am a firm believer that there's no cosmic measuring stick. There isn't any way to measure that one culture is better than the other. And I don't personally think that. I think that what I create, what my people create, is just right for me. And that what other people's create is just right for them. Perfect. It's perfection that way, okay? Nevertheless, people from all over the world want to get into the West. And you have over here these so-called the anti-white light types like Benny Shapiro's talking about, and that other guy we were talking about last week, talking about how, pardon me, oh, you have to have assimilation. You have to have assimilation, even though that's never happened. That's never happened. I pointed out, look at the Jews. Look how long we've had Jews in our midst, or we've been in their midst, and they've never assimilated. There's still a very distinct people. The reason why I explained last week is because there can only be imitation. There cannot be assimilation. Maybe that needs to be another meme curative. Somebody who knows me, write that down and get that to me. There is no assimilation. There's only imitation. That's all there can be. And that's good. That's good when you have a scenario like we had in the West, where you have the non-white groups that are present are numerically diffident, and they are good people. They're wonderful people, and they want the West to be Western. They want America to be Western. They want Canada to be Western. They want these different countries of the West to be Western because they like the norms. They like the rules. They like the order. They like the civility. They like law and order. They like the ability to have clean running water and electricity and all of these other things. They like those things. Why wouldn't they? So back in the day, we used to be able to go out to the school bus, get on board with, I don't know, Mrs. Johnson. Hey, Mrs. Johnson. And she'd be like, hello, Tommy. Hello, Tommy. Come and get on the bus. And don't be naughty, Tommy. And Tommy was like, okay. Remember when Tommy was like, talk too loud on the bus? Remember that? And and then Miss Johnson, she would look up in the big rear view mirror that was like as big as, like the bathroom mirror. And you're like, why do they need that? And she's got that up there, and she'd look up there and you'd see her eyeballs for just a moment. And she'd be like, pipe down. And you'd be like, oh, everybody would quiet down. You remember those days? They're gone. They're gone because not only do you have a school bus driver now, since things are being so white erased, you actually have in some places a security officer, but in many places a bus driver helper, another adult, because of the violence, because everything that was normal for Western civilization has been taken out. They've said retributive justice here. What? You can't have the kids have to sit quietly. That's what white people did. No, they need to be able to express themselves. They need to be able to say, well, and then you get to the schools and you say, whoa, looky here. And we've covered this many times. Look at all of the non-white children that keep getting suspended for this, that, and the other thing. We need equity. We need the same outcome, the same number of suspensions for white students as non-white students. And they say, well, how are we going to do that? Well, obviously, we will just suspend fewer non-white students. And you can look into this for yourself. It's my opinion. Maybe I read wrong. Maybe I looked at the videos wrong. So check it out for yourself. And then they say, actually, there are actual videos of please look for yourself. Actual videos of county boards talking about, we're going to need to punish the non-white children less. We don't want the school to prison pipeline to continue to, because that's why so many non-white people are ending up in prison, because they're just treated too roughly in schools of the West. And then the white children, we're going to have to be even more critical with them. We're going to have more strictures for them. We're going to have to punish them inordinately, so we end up with equity at the end of the day, and then everybody's fair. Then it's fair. Doesn't that sound fair to you? Only an anti-white dystopian hell does that sound fair. And then, of course, non-white people, of all non-white people, but good non-white people are able to look at this and say, well, no, wait a second. That means there's going to be like anarchy. Maybe like anarchy on the bus where I'm not able to protect my child. Yeah. So you need to help white people who are finally standing up for ourselves out of love, not out of playing the villain. Continue to give those people the middle finger. You need to stand up with white people who are standing up out of love to put an end to this anti-whiteism so that we can save the world we live in. Got it? You need to do that. Yeah, I'm a white man telling you what you got to do. It's just a fact. We have to turn this anti-white narrative upside down. We have to turn it upside down. We need people looking to white men with phenotypes like mine and saying, okay, we've been ignoring you all long enough. We've been ignoring what you've said long enough. Now's the time we should start listening, because things are getting real bad. Things are ratcheting up on the global scale in competition with countries like China that would, in my opinion, would very happily wipe out the United States if they could. And they're doing everything they can, in my opinion, to ramp up for that sort of thing. I wonder what Miami will look like under communist Chinese rule. I wonder what it will look like for my people. I wonder what it'll look like for your people, where you have the social scores and everything else, and your life means nothing whatsoever. Wonder what it'll look like then. So my guess is that this non-white little boy, teenager, by the way, this is why, at least in Northern Virginia, where I went to school, you have something called a middle school. In God's name, it makes no sense to put kindergartners with 7th and 8th graders. And then maybe even you shouldn't have 6th, 7th, and 8th graders together. Just there is a period of 7th and 8th grade where you're talking about 11, 12, 13, where depending upon the different genetic heritage of the different groups, my opinion, of course, you really are having a lot of a fast adulthood taking place, a fast maturing taking place. And you're going to put them with little tiny babies? That makes no sense. In this Miami-Dade County, they've got K through 8th grade. So we're talking about 13, 14 years of age. And who knows? I mean, if you're held back enough, maybe that kid was 15. Could you imagine that? I mean, he was as big. He's big. Looks like a man standing on this bus, wailing on this 9-year-old little girl. He's big. So, by the way, he's the weapon. When you are massive, you are the weapon. So these people who will say of what was the gentle giant out in the middle of the street, when they say, oh, he was unarmed. No, when you can punch someone and kill them, you are the weapon with your size, with your bulk, with your natural strength. You are the weapon. So here you have him. He understands, coming up through schooling now that is increasingly white erased, that he can do a lot of things and not get in trouble. And maybe the salty guy talks about it in this video. I think he might. But I had to play him when I was in the shower, so I didn't get to hear all of it. But they gave him like a little note, like that was his arrest. Don't do this again. I mean, can you imagine? When in a white Western school system, his ass would be gone so fast, everyone's heads would spin. And everyone would know, holy, you don't do that. He would be thrown out of school. The principal would say, you are gone. There's no, I'm writing it up right now. Your ass is gone. And we're going to turn you over to the police for juvenile detention. You need to be arrested. You need to be arrested. You need to be taken from your family. You need to be put in a facility where you will learn while you're still young that if you behave like this in civilization, which we're going to maintain in this scenario, that you are going to end up in a similar place for the rest of your life. So you're going to have an opportunity. Rest assured, if I were in charge, I've talked about this before. If I were the principal at a all non-white school, even the worst one you could pick in America, and I would be allowed to do whatever I want to do, oh, them kids would do well in life. They would do well. They would be law-abiding. They would have good life. Would have whatever job that they worked hard enough for, whatever their potentials that were bequeathed to them genetically from their parents, whatever it might be. They would do well in life. That's not going to happen for these kids. It's absolutely not going to happen. What's going to happen? The little girl is traumatized for life. That's not going anywhere. You're not 9 years old. And I'm trying to play this video. I'm so bent out of shape over this. We've got to talk about what's really happening. It is white erasure. And this speaks to a lot of our new brothers and sisters who are coming in from the white sympathetic sphere who are implicit. This is happening. Don't just say standards. Don't just say the rules have to be applied more. Don't say whatever you say. Don't say it's wokeism. Don't say it's wokies. Don't say it's liberalism. There ain't nothing liberal about allowing a child to become a perfect monster predator over the course of their youth and then releasing that onto the country. There's nothing liberal about that. It is anti-whites and anti-whiteism that have white erased. If you don't acknowledge where we are being victimized, you will never succeed. You cannot defend yourself if you don't acknowledge the point of attack. You say, well, I don't see color. I hear that from a lot of my brothers and sisters out there who are implicit. A lot of good patriots, a lot of good conservatives out there. Listen, your inability to see color, your handicap does not stop them from victimizing you there. You have to defend where they attack. That doesn't make you a Nazi. That makes you a sane, loving, rational person who wants good for all people and can recognize that if we don't put an end to the anti-whiteism causing all of this, everything gets worse for everyone. You know what's going to happen? There will be black mothers out there. There will be Hispanic mothers out there. There will be non-white mothers out there who hear my voice somewhere, who see me and they're like, damn, look at that proud white man. He's like the West used to be. And they're going to head out into the world. They're going to go to the PTA meetings. They're going to go down to the county meeting about what's going on at school. And they're going to be screaming, enough of this anti-whiteism. I'm not going to have this happening to my daughter, my son anymore in school. I want standards, goddammit. I want the standards of the West. And then when they try to say, well, it's not just particularly West, they'll say, here you go. Here's what I got for you. Those are the standards that are getting white erased. So let's watch some more of this salt shaker.
That's the sound of the police. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the beast. Whoop, whoop.
And since we're playing one of his videos, check him out. He's all over the place. YouTube is the only place I want you to go, though, of course.
That's the sound of the police.
Oh, I see. It was a police car painted up for Black History Month. Okay. So during Black History Month, the black teenage boy, young man, beats up the 9-year-old Hispanic girl on the bus.
Give me a second. I got to crowbar a Black History joke into this bad boy. Probably shouldn't. This is a very serious situation that's happening over here. Everybody saw this video, right? It's been a few days now. You got a black teenager beating the hell out of 2 white kids.
Again, they're Hispanic, I believe. But We care here. We don't want anybody to be victimized. I want everybody, and I have decades of saying the exact same things. There's no optics here. This is who I really am. I want everybody to have wonderful lives. I want everybody to have wonderful videos of those touching moments. I want everybody to be able to look back on memories of their family once they're deceased and remember how wonderful it was. Nothing but rainbows and beauty and puppies is what I want for everybody in the West. Certainly don't want children getting beaten up, but I am man enough, I am Western man enough to say it is the standards and norms that we create that are being white erased, that you end up now with the little Hispanic girl getting beaten like this.
And I'm not going out of my way to bring up skin color because I'm a flaming racist.
Okay, let me stop. He does that thing. I've mentioned it before when he uses that word. Please never use the concept racist. You know, all of these other ways that people make suggestions to you about how to handle the anti-white psychological warfare that's waged on us, and principally the most powerful of all concepts, the concept of racism, which destroyed the West. Saying it in this retarded way, this retardus way, I guess I should say, that little phone booth thing, saying it in this retardus way might make some low IQ people laugh, but that's not going to move the dial. That doesn't make iHeartMedia decide to change the picture that they were using, demonizing white children, specifically white little boys. Those little boys, by the way, anti-whites out there, we're going to make sure increasingly in this community and as we grow, that those white little boys, that they grow up to be powerful men of the West. And so when I'm dead and gone, there'll be armies of those heroes that are marching across this land. No more of these gender confused, mealy mouthed, can't get a girlfriend or a date white males. I know you did that. You're very happy about that. No more of those. We're going to make real men of the West. So don't do this. It's very annoying, but he's an entertainer and he does a great job for his audience. I mean, he's got like, I don't know how many, it's like 30,000 people watch him live.
I'm going out there to explain it because it's completely part of what's happening right now. In these schools, they will not suspend black kids. They just won't do it. No matter.
It's hyperbole, and I got to jump in because I don't know whether YouTube would be upset with him or not, but they would certainly be upset with me. Black children are suspended. It happens, but the standards, in my opinion, have been radically changed, and there is infinitely more leniency on all non-white students, as I have seen, and please check it out for yourself. My reading and my observation and conversations, anecdotal right here. So my reading of the rules that cities and counties are passing and putting into the books for how to handle disciplinary issues. My reading of it might be wrong. Check it out for yourself. Anecdotally, I know teachers, I know principals, I know people on the student board across the country and in other Western countries, and they share So definitely two different tiers for white versus non-white. It's not just black kids. And so do not fall into this trap of centering the black race for enmity, for looking at all of their warts, for their worst traits or their worst members. Don't fall into that trap of doing that sort of thing. That's not what we are about.
No matter what, because of systemic racism, right? We don't want to do.
And you use their terminology, you legitimize their ideology. So systemic racist, anti-white concept, don't ever use it. It's an invisible thing for which there cannot be a null hypothesis. You can't disprove it. And so if you can't disprove it, it's what? It's not Western. It's not white. And what does that, how does that fit into what I was saying? Since those norms of the scientific method, of scientific inquiry, of reason and logic that come from the West are being white erased, you can then have an anti-white concept for which there can't be a null hypothesis, and it can stand as an actual argument across the West today because of white erasure. Otherwise, it wouldn't have worked.
The school pipeline to prison thing. Yeah, but that's how you're going to get that. This kid's going to end up in prison if you keep.
And by the way, talking about school, Brand Danger, Dean Danger, School of the West, .world, check it out. It is a homeschooling aid, but you can also use it as an aid for children who are in school. Check it out.
Allowing him to do this, if you've got such a low standard of social norms applied to this kid because of his skin color, he definitely going to end up in the police system. He's already beaten up small children. Where are all the pussy hat chicks? Where are all of you left-wing nut jobs out there and your stupid pussy hats?
I don't know what, and maybe somebody can tell me what the pussy hat women, if there's a connection. I mean, maybe he's just saying, hey, where are the anti-whites? Why aren't they showing up to say this little girl got the anti-whites who would call themselves feminists? Why aren't they showing up to defend this little girl? Well, of course, this is another one of the, if you are a doomed documenter, which is what we would call this salty cracker guy, saltine guy, doom documenter, doom dissector. And this actually is doom drollery. And so we're going to be talking about that today, doom drollery. So you take the doom, you make jokes about it. So remember, saltine, what we're looking at here, so that when we get to the Go Free lesson of the day, you'll understand this is doom drollery. He takes the doom, he tells jokes about it.
If it was a...
And I have nothing against that. I have nothing against them doing it. I have nothing against him being a success. I think that's a good thing. And more power to him to make money and get twice the audience, 3 times the audience.
A teenage white kid pummeling the hell out of a little white girl. You guys would...
What?
White kid... Where are all of you left-wing nut jobs out there and your stupid pussy hats? If it was a teenage white kid pummeling the hell out of a little white girl...
Maybe he wanted to do the thing that I grew to hate so much, where you're like, just imagine the reverse. I mean, you could do that every now and again to like make a point in order to introduce the lexicon, key concepts. But that has been the substance of activism forever. Those sorts of, just look at the hypocrisy. Just imagine if it were reversed. And I'm just like, but that doesn't do anything for our scenario. That doesn't do anything to help us. That doesn't do anything to push back. That doesn't do anything to change the world we live in. Yeah, just imagine. And then everybody goes, yeah, that would be terrible. Okay? But I'm just telling you all this so that you don't fall into this trap. Or maybe you've been doing it and now you can finally see, well, that's true. It doesn't actually change anything. And I'm not saying he has to change anything. Remember, I recognize that he's an entertainer and this is what he does. So again, more power to him.
You guys would have, God help this planet, if it was a black girl. You guys would have been screwed.
Okay, so that's what he probably meant to do, was he probably meant to say white kid beating up a black little girl, because I think he thinks that it's a black kid beating up a white little girl.
Screaming white supremacy. You have been screaming, oh my God.
Well, it's true. And so you can take that information. You could do the same thing in conversations with people on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, wherever you are, Gab. And you could say, imagine how the anti-whites, but you see how you're using the opportunity to use the lexicon, to use the concepts. You could say, imagine if what the anti-whites would do if this were the reverse. It would be news everywhere. They would write it in the sky. There would be a movie made about it. There would be weeks of interviews. They would talk to the mothers. You would know all about the black mother of the black little girl who was attacked. And it's not about, and we would focus on the fact that it's a non-white person, which is not insulting or derogatory. It's just that we center ourselves, and therefore those who are not us or white are non-white. And so they would interview the non-white mother, and then they would show footage of the little girl at ballet, and they would show photographs of her, and then they would juxtapose, maybe in her Sunday school dress. Then they would juxtapose that with how horrible she's beaten after the fact. It would just go on and on. Why would they do that? And this would be where you would introduce the anti-white narrative. Well, they would do that because, you see, we live under this anti-white narrative where non-white people are always angelized. They can never do wrong unless they've been forced to it, or circumstances made by white people, forced by white people, cause them to behave this way, cause them to behave badly. And white people are always the villains. They're always bad. That's why that white teenage boy beat on that little non-white girl. So what does that do when you talk about that? You give your audience there, your interlocutor, how many people are watching or reading or whatever it is, an awareness that no, white men are not in control of Western civilization for the benefit of white people. No, indeed, anti-whites of all races are in control of Western civilization, or dominate, I should say, Western civilization for the benefit, or for the victimization, rather, of white people. Remember, the beneficiary here is just collateral beneficiary. I want everybody to have great opportunities in the world. What they're doing at leadership level, all the way down to anti-whites in the streets, is just seeking out white victims.
Patriarchy, we've been screaming everything. But it's a black teenager beating the hell out of a 9-year-old girl, white girl, so you guys are fine with it.
So, yeah.
And on top of this,
I think she's white.
Look at this. Look at how you assholes are promoting the story over here. Florida student arrested after video shows him beating up a 9-year-old girl, and then it's a white kid. Take a clip of the video, blur the faces out, sure, because they're underage.
Well, that's actually what I said in the... I totally can't resist this. How can I do this? Let's see. This is too good to just walk right on by. I have got to do this. Let's just take 1 second. I think. Okay. All right. So he's pointing out, and this is the same argument that I made with somebody in a thread, where the person under my tweet, 155K and climbing, even as we speak, that the person said, well, in all fairness to iHeartMedia, and why would you say that? Do you think it was an iHeartMedia employee? In all fairness to iHeartMedia, they couldn't show the children who were actually involved. Well, of course they could. But those images are everywhere. You could blur the face out, and there are parts of the video, as I showed, I didn't blur out anybody's face. You didn't have to, because their faces were blurry from the motion. And it took 2 seconds to do that. But iHeartMedia wasn't going to do that. They actually went to a stock photo and used a stock photo to find of a white child attacking another child, which is probably another little boy, but maybe it's a little girl. I can't tell. So he's pointing this out as well.
But you went out of your Florida student. Look at this. Look at how you.
I want you all right now pay special close attention to what's about to the difference. Pay special, because folks will look at the numbers, right? They'll look at, well, salty crackers. How many times have we had Dirty Fuentes fans come over and say, well, Fuentes has a bigger audience, so therefore he's better. Well, Salty Cracker has a bigger audience than Dirty Fuentes. The Salt Shaker here has a bigger audience, 30,000 live, a bigger audience in his doom drollery there than Dirty Fuentes does. And most people, even Jared Taylor, just look at how many people are in the seats and then concludes, well, that must be better. That must be more worthwhile. Instead of evaluating what's actually being done and then saying, wow, this is actually superior. I will join myself to this to actually make a difference in the world, right? I just saw this Laura Loomer speech that she tweeted out I haven't had a chance to watch it. When I feel like some Chinese torture, I will maybe partake some of it, or maybe I should watch some of it, review it here. Let me know if y'all would like to see that. But we're going to do a little juxtaposition here. Okay, so here's the salt shaker, or maybe we could call him the salt man. Remember the grease man back on radio? Probably you don't remember the grease man. He was hilarious back in the day.
You assholes are promoting the story over here. Florida student arrested after video shows him beating up a 9-year-old girl, and then it's a white kid. That's take a clip of the video, blur the faces out, sure, because they're underage. But you went out of your way, I'm sure, to make it sound, or at least look, or at least give cover to the fact that skin color plays a part in this.
Okay, let me jump in really quickly. This is a like tarred tier level, but I'm not saying he is. I don't know anything about him, and that's why I'm trying to just leave it neutral. But it's the tarred tier level. Maybe he knows better, but his audience, you can clearly see his doomed drollery is geared to the little bit of the less intelligent. Race is not just skin deep. It goes all the way to the biospiritual level, in my opinion, which, if you don't understand what that is, just instinct. Understand instinct. Different breeds of dogs have different instincts. This is my opinion. Race is another word for breed, in my opinion. I mean, if you're a biologist, maybe you could say so in the live chat and clue us into whether that's accurate or inaccurate. But this whole deal of I worked in the nerve center for the conservative movement in Washington, D.C., and the whole time, and before I got there and the whole time, they were like, it's just skin color. It shouldn't matter. Well, that is an old meme pathogen. This is how you understand how anti-whiteism, the psychological warfare waged against us, really works. At some point in the past, the anti-whites made the argument, they made it widespread, that the only difference between the peoples of man was their skin. That's it. And so to discriminate on the basis just of someone's skin, and white people got to the point of saying, well, if it's a white person, but something happens and golly darn, they're just suddenly turned a different shade of skin. Well, how fair would that be to not let them, so you can't take up what was used to victimize us, weaken us, and break us from the past and think that's going to benefit us today. And there are numerous ways that this breaks down in conversation that can easily demonstrate how it's just skin color. It shouldn't matter. Why are you changing the race of the person? It's just the skin color. Does not work. In fact, let me rephrase, because that's incorrect of me. It harms you. If you go out and say it's just skin color, it harms you. It harms all of us. It will harm you in that conversation. You will lose that conversation. If for no other reason, the anti-white can turn around and use that meme pathogen, which is nothing more than an idea or a concept that anti-whites have given us that harms us, all right? Meme and pathogen. Very easy to understand, right? If for no other reason, then they can immediately flip it around on you and say, well, then why do you care about preserving white people? It's just a skin color. There's no difference. And you are stuck. You are trapped. So don't do it, because then you have recourse to all of this different, well, now you're on the defensive. Well, it's kind of our ways. It's kind of our, oh, really? Well, what's the white ways? Because you have Polish and you have Irish and it's all downhill for you from there. You just practice the method of go-free argumentation. You use those concepts and you will win for yourself, your family, your community, our people, and all people in the West.
This is more protection over here. They didn't accidentally.
And then look at when you are centering another race of people. And that's what he's doing. He's centering the black race for criticism rather than centering the white race for love and protection. So as a consequence, look at the direction his mind goes. It's, oh, you are providing cover for the black race because they're so bad. Rather than, oh, you're demonizing white people, and that will cause us to be harmed. Do you see the difference? Let me show you how the difference works out in the real world. Bam! That's how it works out in the real world, God damn it. That's how it works out. So I want to say to the Jared Taylors, I want to say to everybody out there who looks at the asses in the seats, and yes, Salt Shaker is going to have far more people watching his programs, watching his shows. He's an entertainer, doom drollery, than we have here. Yes, doesn't make him right. He just mocked what iHeart Media did, and we changed what they did.
Find a picture of a white kid beating up the white girl. Take an image of what just happened out of the video. The video is what everybody's talking about. Why are you grabbing stock images for this? Why are you paying to put stock images in your articles when you could just go grab a frame of the video?
That's a great point. They're paying for it. Yeah, they would have to. I'm guessing it says Photo Getty Images. They probably have an account that they pay for regularly. So
that 11 plus million people saw on Twitter yesterday, because you're running protection. Oh my God, this is going to stoke racism.
There you go.
Racism is how we got here, by the way.
No, never use the concept. Racism is the ring of Sauron. Only the evil ones can wield it. If you put it on, you're immediately defeated. Never use it.
A bunch of white asshole chicks with college degrees.
Oh, God. I didn't hear him. I was showering. I'm a busy man. And I did not hear that he condemned the white race in all of this. And you hear this kind of garbage all the time. And unfortunately, patriot circles, because you are misled. You know, if you're having the Daily Wire tell you what to say, or I don't know, does Crowder do the same thing? If you're having these other platforms just totally inform what you say, Tucker Carlson even, you'll hear them talking about the issues of the day, and then they're suddenly like, this is all because of white people. Are you kidding me? This is all because of white people? That's what this clown just said. I got to call him a clown now. I got to call him a clown. Maybe he is as dumb as his audience. I got to call him a clown now. He just blamed all white people. Does he ever blame any non-white race? I mean, he's condemning blacks in toto for being violent. But does he ever say that the reason why that all this is happening is because of this racial group? Or does he just reserve that for white people? And specifically white females.
Running the public education system don't want to discipline black people. That's how we got here.
No, my God.
And the Obama administration started this. The Obama administration told everybody that there's...
What? The Obama administration started it? Oh my God. Anti-whiteism has been around for a long time. Don't worry about where it got started. Just worry about defeating it.
Systemic racism in the school system, and that's why black kids are predominantly expelled. Therefore, if you expel a black kid, we're going to sue you. That's how we got here. And all these dumb white assholes in the public education system were like, oh my God, I don't want to be racist. It's totally fine. You can be completely defiant in the school classroom as long as you're black.
Oh God, you see, it's total demonizing all blacks for violence. No, it's the policy applies to all non-white people because it was a white erasure of Western norms, of white people norms, of what we create. They're like, boy, you have a lot of order over there. Be a shame if it were to get totally obliterated. Be a shame if it got white erased. Clearly, you can see it's not just black kids.
Can't suspend you otherwise. Or we can't suspend you if you are black, no matter what.
Totally, absolutely wrong there. And not the worst part about being wrong there is that of what group is being centered and in the conversation. And as a result, Everything that follows therefrom is going to be wrong. You can't be right.
You're willfully defiant kids in the school system. If you're black, you're going to get away with it. So that's just going to stoke children who don't want to be in the school system to act out because they can get away with it, as long as that they're a certain skin color.
It's just a skin color.
You're just going to feed this problem over here, and that's how you've got these kids who've never faced any.
And that's another thing that I talk about, and you got to make sure it's one of these. It's a little bit nuanced. Once you get keen to it, you'll get it right. And that is, we do not complain about non-white people getting preferential treatment, special privileges, or freedom from responsibility in and of itself. We complain about our victimization. You can only have special privileges and treatment and freedom from responsibility at the cost to someone else. What group is that? Why is this group that's being victimized always unnamed by these sorts of content creators? Why is it that they don't say, hey, the white race is getting victimized here? Well, what happens when all non-white children are given a carte blanche? And first of all, you can see, and that's one of the other reasons why I think so many of these content creators, they don't talk about the reality. Because when you talk about the reality that it is this rule that he observed, I observed, maybe he and I are wrong, check it out for yourself, whether or not it's right, and then ultimately side with whatever CNN says. But when you look at what's really happening, you see, okay, well, there's a policy here, and that policy is anti-white. It's not pro-black. You're not benefiting black children by saying you got carte blanche. You could do whatever you want to white kids, whatever you want to them. You're going to get to walk. You don't benefit them. Children need discipline, hardcore discipline, so that they can. Childhood is training for adulthood. So you get the focus in the wrong place, you end up in the wrong outcome.
Any consequences because of their skin color, just beating the hell out of people on the bus. How are they not? And it's not the first time, by the way. Other parents have said.
Oh, and let me point out as well, and it's pertinent to this story, when you give carte blanche to non-white children because they're not white, you're trying to victimize the white ones. When you do that, or if you do that, you end up with scenarios where the non-white children can prey upon each other. They have the same sort of immunity, if you will. They feel that they could do whatever. Because remember, at the end of the day, they have to have, according to these anti-white policies, they have to have the same number of suspensions, the same number of detentions, the same number, etc., between non-white and white.
Holy hell.
You can look at how they calculate it. They calculate non-white kids to white kids. How clear does that have to get? At least in my opinion.
These kids are a problem. The school won't do anything because the school doesn't want to be considered racist. So now these kids are just beating the hell out of people on the buses. Well, one of them gets arrested, kind of. Look at this. Gateway Pundit update. Teen student given civil citation after brutally attacking 9-year-old girl on school bus.
All right, this is what I heard.
Is this kid still in the school system?
Was given like
They have to be expelled. It's a teenage kid
given like a
beating
note.
the hell out of a 9-year-old kid. Take the skin color. You could take the
Oh, this is always, God, it's so lame. Take the skin color out of it. If you just look at it without the skin colors, you still should have some punishments, and they should be meted out right away. We will not even see skin color. Come on, Salty. Forget about this. Lame. This is lame, this approach. It hasn't worked. You know what, Salty? Your grandparents were saying these lame things, and it didn't work then. So, time to catch up to speed here and do something different. Time to make a new plan.
The sex out of this, the gender, take all of this out of it.
What if it was a genderless teenage it, and the it had jumped on top of another it, and and you know what the conservatives, they always used to do, good folks, but misled, and we welcome you here. We want you to be empowered. But they were, what color do they always use? Who can write it into the chat first? It was always inevitable. They start talking about race and how little it matters. And they would say, I don't mind if you're white, black, or purple. I don't mind if you're white, black, or purple. What if it was two purple its on a bus? Wouldn't you want to punish the big purple it? Come on. This is so fucking lame. There's a big purple it out there just walking around with impunity. I don't understand anything in the world. How do I open a mayonnaise jar?
It's a teenager beating the hell out of another smaller kid. You have to be expelled for this. You can't be in the school system. There has to be a punishment. But no, they won't do it. The school system won't do it. And so now they've issued, don't worry, we've issued a civil citation. So we've arrested you on paper?
Arrests, that's on paper. I don't know what he's saying there. When you get a ticket, do you know that's an arrest?
Oh, please don't go around pummeling and beating the hell out of 9-year-olds anymore, teenager. Or we might write you a sternly worded letter in the future. Right?
Yeah, I guess the question is, can the teenager read the sternly written letter? How is this school actually doing anything for these kids? I mean, have they taught him how to read?
Right? You might get 2 of them. We might take one of those things and stamp the paper. Don't do it. All right? You better make sure that you're beating the hell out of white kids only during Black History Month. There's your crowbar joke. So this doesn't mean any.
Marlene says, "Look, love that purple look on me." Yes, I'm not the one the conservatives are talking about. Thank you for that.
Anything. This has nothing to do with actual consequences or ramifications of actions over here. Of course not.
And when he says consequences or ramifications for actions, where did those come from, Salty? What people created them here? Why are they gone? White erasure.
The NBC Miami reported that the teenager was only given a, quote, civil citation, which is a written arrest after the brutal assault of a 3rd grader on the school bus. So this is a K through 8 school over here, K through 8 academy. And this is probably an upper echelon teenager over here just beating the hell.
In all fairness to the salt shaker, I think he does like tons of material. So I'm guessing he's skimmed the article and then is ad-libbing.
A 9 or 10-year-old kid. And like, well, what do you want us to do? What do you want us to do with this? Here's the Office of Justice Programs, quote, the goal of the civil citation is to divert first-time low-level juvenile offenders away from the juvenile justice system at the earliest stage of the process. There's multiple, so the family.
Yeah, you don't, obviously, you send them into that system to correct the behavior
of the girl, and then I guess they went and beat up her brother after this.
Yeah, the brother was on the same bus. I don't know how many people know that. And apparently he was attacked as well. Maybe he got up to try to go defend his sister and they attacked him.
That family was like, we were complaining about this. Of course, they don't want to have their names on record because they'll be arrested for racism, I'm sure. Antifa will go burn their house down.
No, right? That's actually a good point.
So that family had already complained about these teenagers' actions. And then another family. So you've got multiple families who've been like, hey, these kids are getting away with murder over here. Maybe we should do something about it. The school's like, oh my God, can't do it. What do you want us to do? You want us to send the Black History Month police cruiser? And now you've got 2 more kids beaten up in this situation. How many kids have been beaten up by these teenagers over here? We need to find out from this school academy, and then we need to just start arresting people, right? Arrest the principal, arrest all of the administrators running this. Let's just start arresting people.
Let's just yeah, let's just start arresting folks and have a totally ill-equipped to correct the problem, though.
If you can't arrest them, then start suing them civilly. You need to drain this institution of all.
Well, and lawsuits, as you know, warfare, why doesn't it work for us, white people, and those who want to get in the way of anti-whiteism of all races? Why doesn't it work? Because the morality of the day, the moral imperative of the day, which, because of the anti-white narrative, is anti-white. So the moral imperative of the day is anti-white in the West, informs every decision, even legal ones. And so, seen it thousands of times. Law dilated to ensnare and victimize white people or people of any race who are standing up against anti-whiteism, and ignored other places because morality is seen as superior or more important than law. That's why all of this recourse, and you see it all the time in conservative circles, and it's not their fault because they just don't know. They haven't heard from us yet. All of this, let's just go to lawsuits and this appeal to the courts, when all you do is lose there. This is all they have. Now, lawsuits informed with our concepts need to be happening. No big money wasted because you're not going to win, but they need to be happening so that these concepts begin percolating up through the legal sphere as well.
All of its funds, these families, especially the ones that have had their kids beaten up now, need to sue the hell out of the school. See if you can find out a way to sue the people, sue the administrators personally. That'd be awesome. Got to start fighting this with some legal powers, boys.
Yeah. And I just told you, it's like if you're there for the entertainment, then that's what it is. But if you really want to make a difference in the world, which I think, most people who come here and stay here, that's what they want to do. They want to make a difference in the world. You look at a tactic and you evaluate, does that work? Does that change anything? So it's easy to just give like this flippant, we just got to fight him in the courts. And what's he doing here? He's being a cheerleader for a side. And it's disingenuous because by doing so, they're taking credit for the actions of others. And it allows the audience to claim that their participation is not just for their gratification by way of entertainment value from this guy, but to claim that they're actually you'll actually have conversations with people from communities like this. And they'll say, we're doing something. And what you're looking at is nothing different from a typical sports fan. Somebody says, we are marched down the field and we scored this goal or touchdown and you didn't do jack shit. You were just watching. I'm afraid the days of watching are over when it comes to socio-political, when it comes to the survival of the West. The days of watching and having pom-poms, especially all you guys out there, you want to be in the bleachers, or you want to get on the side of the field with a little skirt on, and you want to flap your pom-poms around, do your high kicks and things like that. Those days are over. Those days are gone. There's no more time for that. We have to take action. Because
the school system's not going to do anything. And again, the mainstream media press and all these other assholes.
Oh, by the way, doom drollery? How about this? How about you change it? How does that sound? How about you force a media company, a mainstream media company, to change it?
Are going along with this. Look at this stock imagery over here. Look at this. This is insane. You can't tell me with the same breath how important it is for representation, right? They always race swapping white characters, right? Superman's black now, Batman's black now, Aquaman is half black now.
Oh, that's gonna be.
They race swapping all the white characters out there, and then when a black kid gets arrested for pummeling a small child, then they race swap. That is the only race swap from black to white.
And why do they do that? That's funny, by the way. Why do they do that? Because it doesn't comport with the anti-white narrative, in which non-white people are angelized as always good, except when white people make them be bad or create conditions that cause them to misbehave, and white people are always bad. If you don't give somebody that to take away from the conversation, you've done nothing. Because this little, well, look at, they'll swap it when it's they'll put a white kid in when it was really a non-white kid, when it was something bad. That sort of thing you will hear, you've probably heard 10,000 times, and it's done no good for you or our people. And you'll hear another 1,000,000 times, and it'll do no good. You have to use the Go Free method of argumentation.
I'll tell you right now, and that's not done on accident. There you go. The media is your enemy. Sorgon is right over here. I can't remember where we put that, but no matter how much you hate.
By the way, these big content creators, we just had, and we're going to go to a break in just a minute. We're going to listen to some epic, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to be here, but we're going to listen to some epic Imminent Reign in just a moment. But I noticed these big content creators, and I have something also to say about it a little bit later in the stream. We got to hurry along here during the regular announcement section. But you notice that they also studiously ignore our successes. Like that Sargon, as insufferable as he is, even retweeted the Great Kate's tweet, says nothing about us, says nothing about the successes here. You know very well that he knows. You know very well that these people have talked about it, going out of their way. You know why? Because it's about the dollars. That's why. Because they don't want somebody to come along and address something that they're not fixing, and that person is fixing. That's why. Comes right down to it. So you can really figure out who's on your side and who's just there for what you have in your pocketbook.
Journalists these days, it's not enough. All right, guys, thanks so much for watching the video. Support channel. We kept up to date.
That is Salty Cracker, and you can find him all over the internet. Certainly, I want you to go to YouTube if you're going to watch him there. YouTube, and we appreciate the opportunity to be able to review that little clip that he made. Listen now. We'll be gone for just a moment to the great Imminent Reign. Original music. Celebrate Imminent Reign. The legend of Prometheus. Is this not awesome? This guy's epic. All right, you're gonna have to cut it short. We gotta get back to work. Hear me?
From the sacrifice of heroes, the tree of freedom grows. Where this courage comes from, only heaven knows. When enemies encircle.
That was and is the great Imminent Reign, ladies and gentlemen. And you can check him out on YouTube, Imminent Reign. And hear the rest of this piece and the others. Totally epic, champion, fantastic tunes. And the album I am immensely excited about. Let me see what you all are saying. And then we're going to move on to the Go Free lesson of the day, and see what we're almost at 7. All right, what do you all have to say about everything I was just sharing? We know that the great Yiz, the unifier, is here, financially gifting $5 over here on Entropy. Can you believe that we got iHeartMedia to change their picture? That is so epic. See, Yiz says here with a $5 financial gift, weekly folk tithe to celebrate the white well-being community, helping me hit 100 subs on Rumble. Awesome. That's exactly what she needed. Discordant Dragons will stream to Rumble for the first time tomorrow night. Comes on at 6 p.m. Do not miss it. I'm always there. Yiz and crew are magnificent, and she will tell you about Discordant Dragons in the live chat over on her channel. Fantastic news. She says, I hope to see you all there at 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night for news, laughs, and memes. Kip with little white heart emoji. Keep it Promethean, sister. Amen. Thank you. And check out that show tomorrow. Mondays is for the Dragons. Every now and again, the great For Null will have his show, which I think now is running 24/7 without, he doesn't show up. It's the synth music and memes, and imagery, not memes. It's really wonderful. And we'll let you know, and he'll let you know when he's actually going to have his show on Monday. It comes on after Yiz is around. I think he was doing it at 8 p.m. But for now, 6 p.m., Discordant Dragons, that's going to be rolling for sure tomorrow. We have Matt over here financially gifting $10 US. Thank you so much, Matt. And he gives a thumbs up. I really appreciate it. Yiz the Unifier back with another $5 over here on Entropy. Thank you so much, sister. She writes, another folk tithe for the epic successes we are having, ! I really appreciate that, Yiz. I'm so proud of this community. We're doing what is intelligent and moral for our people. We are indeed. And I will tell you all, I wrote this back to iHeartMedia. Thank you, and then the person's name, for getting back with me so quickly. And thank you and iHeart for changing the photo iHeart used on the story in question. The new generic photo of a school bus with the stop sign open is perfect for a story about violence on a school bus. It means a lot when a company can see where it has gone wrong and then quickly takes steps to correct the situation. Awesome. We'll keep rolling here. That's it for Entropy. Let me check out over here on D-Live. A big hello to everybody on D-Live. Great to see you. Looks clean. Doesn't look like I missed anybody there. Let's see about Odyssey. Have I missed anybody over here? Question everything, talking about the pussy hat women were the feminists. Yes, that's right. They were the Hillary Clinton ones. God, that was so lame. It was so gross too. It was really gross. I guarantee you it made a lot of guys think about either becoming a monk or homosexual after seeing that spectacle. All right. We got that question. I didn't think I fully answered this during the week when we had the great Kate on from Who to Thunk It. I might come back to that and speak to it again, but that's all there was over there. Let me check Cash App. And we'll keep rolling. Looks like the great Fornall is here. Franklin, First Last, Cool, Papa J Magic, Studio Dino Storm. Hey, great to see you, brother. Azimuth Clark, Brendo. Asks Jason, is someone tracking your wins? I don't know. I don't. A lot of people, this is a funny thing. Thank you for asking this question. A lot of people, when they get compliments on anything, the way they behave, the way they look, what they're doing and their successes, they see those things. And I'm not necessarily saying this is bad, so I'm not criticizing it, but they see those things as like trophies. And they put them up on like the shelf in their mind. That's not how I am at all. I've shared compliments for me are the equivalent of saying, well, okay, you crossed that hurdle, and now in the future, are you going to be able to cross that hurdle again? Or are you only going to do, this is how it sounds to me, or no, how I receive it. I take it with the most due respect and appreciation. But then once I have it, once I hold it, then I'm like, I can't just do that good anymore. I've got to do better. That's how my mind interprets it and assimilates it. So, and then when it comes to like actual things that we accomplish, I don't know. Somebody who really pays attention should take it all down and should keep track of it. Thanks for that question, because we've had so many enormous victories here in absolutely changing the landscape for the good of everyone, pushing back on anti-whiteism, and it's just one after the other. And yeah, I could see how it would behoove us to have a big list, a big growing list of these successes. Great question. Thank you. Over here on Cash App, we have White Student Transmission, who financially gifted $5. God bless you, brother. Great to see you. Thank you for being here. New author, and we shared his book last week, and we're going to be digging into that and then have him on and talk about it. He says 2023 will be white positive, and then a pumping fist and a little laughing face. That's fantastic. 2023 will be white positive. It will indeed, brother. Thank you. White Student Transmission. And we have I Love Jesus Christ, as dependable as are the seasons here in Northern Virginia. $10 financial gift. God bless you, sister. And she says, as always, with those $10 for white well-being. I really appreciate it. Art Acrobats is getting in on the game today. Financial gift of $4.09. God bless you, brother. And he says here, this $4.09 is for the 5 concepts and the 9 words. The 5 concepts and the 9 words. Who out there can write into the live chat the 5 concepts and the 9 words? God bless you, brother. I appreciate it. Folks got to be studying. You got to be studying hard. I got to tell you, epic. It's just the 3rd edition of Go Free. There are some minor emendations and some changes, emendations to Go Free 2nd edition, iteration 2. But mostly it is going to be stacked full of more info that has now been proven by way of the scientific method, is there to empower you. It's going to be awesome. Going to be getting to work on that very soon, but I've got a pile of notes. It's all together. I'm happy. Whoa, get out your raucous emojis. Get out your 007s. Celebrate. Celebrate the way we celebrate, ladies and gentlemen, because we have the one and only First Last decided to chime in. He said, whoa, how many times? I want to ask, First Last been around for some years in the white sympathetic sphere, explicit white sympathetic sphere, and maybe implicit before that, I don't know. But how many times in all those years did you see a group who supposedly are advocating for white well-being, or for the good of white people, I should say, because they don't, I mean, I actually have them denounce white well-being in favor of harming another group. Particularly, they will denounce white well-being in favor of harming jaywalkers. It's absolutely disgusting. How many times did you see them accomplish any of the great things that we've accomplished? Much less in 1 week, 1.2 million views on a tweet with 1,000 visits to my website, lawsuits against Harvard, and then the 155,000 viewed tweet with the change from iHeartMedia on the photograph. How does that happen? Does that happen anywhere else? Well, he's going to say with his 100, put an end to anti-white ism in our country dollars. 100, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you, sir. Thank you so very much. And he wants you all to know about the Dvorak keyboard. He loves it, and he wants everybody to know about it. So with that $100 bill, white well-being dollars, he wants you to know. And God bless you. Thank you so much for that. Raucous emojis. Raucous emojis. Everybody carries around a little bag of them, right? Spill them on the floor. Let them run around like crazy crack addict emojis, celebrating the $100 financial gift of First Last. Yeah, we've had some big swash. We've had some really big swash this past week. We also have a financial gift from the great Sloths, financially gifting $10 US. God bless you, brother. And with it, he says he is financially gifting to honor I Love Jesus Christ and 07s for her. That is how epic Sloths is. In-house philosopher. He is honoring another member of our community for their commitment to our community. A true champion. How about 07s for them both? Some raucous emojis for them both. God bless you, man. We have big-hearted people here. That's one of the things that anti-whites gave their victims to say about them, was that they were bleeding hearts. That they were just, it was all their heart. They just thought with their heart. Can you imagine that white people fell for that? You still hear white people today, especially older white people, and they'll say that, oh, it's a bunch of bleeding hearts over there. Are you kidding me? My heart's bleeding for our victimization. I'm the lover here. They don't have hearts. It's like the opposite. God bless you. Thank you, good brother. We have the biggest hearts in the business. The great Sloths coming in there on Cash App. I turn back around here, and we're going to break out the 07s. Keep those raucous emojis out running around as you have them run around, because Simon JJ just came in with 22 British Bulldog bucks. 25 of them. 25 of them. Of the British Bulldog bucks. He says, great stream, Jason. I came to realize a long while ago, nothing can compete with going free. What an epic testimonial. Thank you for that. Its effects, nothing can compare or compete with going free. Its effects and more evident the effects are more evident than ever. Thank you, Jason. I'm going to read it again and try to do it coherently. How does that sound? Simon JJ, 25 British Bulldog bucks, says, great stream, Jason. I came to realize a long while ago, nothing can compete with going free. Its effects are more evident. I'm trying. Its effects are more evident than ever. They are more evident. And maybe I should put my glasses on. Reading by sort of like scrying is getting harder and harder. I'm going to have to tell the ophthalmologist that. It's getting tough to read by scrying. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Simon. I really appreciate it. God bless you, man. Thank you for being here. True champion. And looks like, okay, everything's still good over there. We didn't miss anybody. Why don't we take a look at your comments in the live chat and over there on YouTube? How many people are commenting? I'm not YouTube, but on Twitter. How many people are commenting on Twitter? I clearly need more coffee and the glasses on. That's my Clark Kent. That's my Clark Kent, putting the glasses on. That's my come into the room and have significant BPE. Everyone knows it. And they're like, when will he unleash his BPE? When will he unleash it? We have the most significant, the most profound BPE, the most impressive BPE anywhere. Let's see what folks are saying. If anybody's saying anything, I'll take a look. See if anybody's talking over there on Twitter. And folks can talk on the thread if they would like. And I believe I'll be able to see it if I just like refresh here. I don't know. Maybe somebody can educate me on if that's the case or not. It looks like we're up and running over there. Okay. Well, at least that's good. So if you're over there watching, a big hello to you on Twitter. Set me up on the dash. And take your freedom as we proceed. Let me check out YouTube. If you make comments over the course of the gathering, they disappeared, they scrolled off, I missed them. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. I'll scroll back as far as I can, but I might miss it. And then I'll move forward. You can grab your old comment. You can paste it up into the box now, or you can rewrite it. Remember in the future that when you make a comment, you're worried I might miss it. Go ahead and copy it on somewhere on Notepad, on Word, or whatever it might be for you on your email. And then you can go back and grab it later. You don't have to worry about, oh my God, I lost, scrolled away. It's gone forever. Who do we have here? Matt is here. Yeah, great to see you. Thank you for the swashbuckling flags. Jeffrey's here. And remember, tag me as No White Guilt. If you write Jason or something, probably will miss it. Promethean Promulgation. Quebec, India, Quebec is here. Third Positionist is here. Linda says, great to see you, Linda. She says, Jason, perhaps you should reach out to Salty. Imagine if he adopted the go-free method of argumentation and self-help and reclamation of our destiny. It would be wonderful. My guess, though, is, now thinking back, I think I have sent him a couple of messages before. I'll have to check after the gathering. I think maybe I have sent him a couple of messages. But it's possible that it might be a memory for someone else that's similar to him. I did not hear back. If it was him, I did not hear back. I did not hear back from that person. And the biggest reason for this, I believe, is that, and I mentioned earlier, these people are making money off of the doom. They're making celebrity off of the doom. And it gets even more coarse than that. They're getting sex out of the doom. They're getting intellectual adulation out of the doom, and physical adulation. They're getting it, and to various degrees. And then when somebody comes up that has a way to fix the doom, you don't have to really worry that the doom is all going to go away, because that's not going to happen like this, right? But you do have to worry about, or at least it's likely that such a person would worry about losing audience. And losing audience means loss of sex, loss of money, loss of prestige, loss of celebrity, loss of audience growing. It could mean all of that. It doesn't have to mean that. It would be great if Salty would start using the Go Free lexicon, or at least some of it. It would be great. But I think he is. I do not believe that he's as dumb as the majority of his audience. If you've encountered these people, and I'm sure there are some good ones in there, but the most of the ones I've encountered, and you can see the way he's kind of geared his content. You know, it's sort of like, what's that saying? Simple pleasures for simple minds, and it's sort of geared for that. So I think he's speaking specifically to them. Who knows? Maybe he talks very differently when he's not in front of the camera. You know, maybe he wouldn't do that thing, right? Maybe he would. Maybe he's much more articulate. Maybe that's just for them. It's sort of like, you know, the people who operated puppets for the Muppets. They probably don't do those crazy voices and talk the way they do during the show when they're speaking with regular folks. So I don't know, but I mean, we'll see. I'll at this point, I'm gonna let somebody like him reach out to me, because, and I made a mistake. I want to correct myself. That guy that I mentioned, what's his name? The big, fat, insufferable one, Sargon. He did not retweet Kate. He quote tweeted to, you know, get attention for himself. Big surprise, right? But yeah, Linda, otherwise, I mean, it would be great. And ultimately, as our influence spreads and these what can we call them? Doom drollers, doom documenters, doom dissectors, doom divinators, as their income and popularity begins to be increasingly dependent on what we are spreading, then they'll feed more to it. They'll give more credence. They'll feed back more. All right, let's see. Jeffrey's here. The great Franklin. Panda. Is that Panda Burger? There's Art Acrobats. Great to see everybody. One of Western kind. Great to see you. Caleb is with us. Great to see you, brother. We're going to have him on a call later tonight. Been trying to have him here on a call for a couple of weeks. We're going to make it happen. Axis Mundi, great to see you, brother. Seeing Axis Mundi reminds me, a couple of days ago, I was speaking with someone who was telling me about Achilles having a twin brother, and Bophades was his twin brother. But it's far less talked about, and maybe Axis Mundi can educate us in the live chat there, because apparently the mother dipped Achilles into, what is it, the river Styx, and held him by the Achilles tendon when she dipped him into the water to make him immortal. But his brother Bophades, she actually held by his scrotum and dipped him in the water. And that sounds really painful and disgusting. So the story that's pretty well known these days is the story about Achilles' heel. But the much less known story is the one of Bophades' nuts. And the great Kate is here. Yeah, she's our heart and our feelings and our energy to great Kate. And she's in a tough moment. And so we're thinking about you, and very sorry that she's actually at her nephew's remembrance ceremony. So much love and warmth and energy to prayers to great Kate. The great Brand Danger is here. Wonderful to see you, brother. JC Denton, hello. And who else is here? Machiavelli Sucks is here. And Elaine Sabatino. Great to see you, good sister. Kingdom of Inland is here. Rory is here. Frolic Overboard is here. Paul, great to see you. And Dusty. And I'm just scrolling along. Is that Axiom? I saw I might have gone by there. Looking for anybody tagging me. First Last says, no white guilt. We love you, brother. You are the brilliance. Wow. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, good sir. Cool. Papa J Magic I just saw. Hello to you, brother. Siege Man is here. Hello. First Last says he's building a toilet paper mausoleum. He says he has silver coins, ammunition, Bitcoin, and toilet paper. It will be where he is going to take his last sit. Yes. Yes, we talk all about these kinds of cravens in the Go Free method. You need to watch out for those types of cravens. They're out there. And we will cover them in another Going Free lesson in the future. Remote Control is here. Great to see you. All right. I think I've Darth something or other. I missed you. Esoteric something. Oh, wait. I think we have one here. Oh, 0022 is with us. Atonement cannot be made for grievance never committed. The 9 words. Thank you, good brother. And Yiz here coming in with the 5 key concepts: anti-white, anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, white erasure, Western kind. You've got to put those in your vocabulary, and you've got to be sharing them around the world. Friends, family, strangers in your immediate circle, and then concentric circles, wider and wider, all the way across the West. Thank you so much to both of you. Fantastically done. Top marks for those students. Top marks. Elaine says, I'm going to tag you in my last response. Tell them you love your people with no white guilt forever. This is for Darth. Tell them you love your people with no white guilt forever. You do love your people with no white guilt forever. Sloth says, I saw that tweet about I want to hurt anti-whites more than helping white people. Oh, yeah. Sloth's coming in with verifying the antags, talking about how it matters more to hurt non-white people than to protect white people. Joshua's here. Tucker Carlson joked about invading Canada to get rid of Justin Trudeau, and the NDP hissy fit parliament this week. They threw a hissy fit over it. I mean, yeah, he's kind of a tyrant there now, is he not? Just whatever this guy does. Well done, women over there in our once great country of Canada. You got he's attractive, and I would think about dating him. So let's put him in charge. No, that's not how you choose the leader. Maybe you shouldn't be allowed to choose the leader. For the love of God. I remember that happened with Clinton. Do you all remember they did the polls about for women? Why did you vote? What was it about Bill Clinton? I don't know why so many women thought that they would date Bill Clinton. He to me, struck as a unctuous slug. Hyperborean Jim. 3rd iteration. I'm so excited. Are you still going to add some of what I brought up before, or a generalization at least? You'll have to remind me exactly what you're talking about. Did you email me? What was it? But it's actually going to be the 3rd edition. So we are on edition 2, iteration 2, 2nd iteration. So I'm going straight to a 3rd edition because it's so much material. I'm gonna pack it all in. It's epic. If you thought you were powerful now, just wait. Montana Kid says, please have a hardback edition of Go Free. Well, okay, might have to do that. That would be cool. Numerical Courage says, we all hope she is okay. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, we hope the great Kate is strong and holding up there as best as one could, given the circumstances. Of course, just imagine someone a nephew you're really close with. Just imagine. Terrible. Terrible, terrible. So good vibes, good energy, sending her way, please. Ivan the Horrible says, run in fear. Ivan is here. Okay. Great to see you. I assume when you enter a room, you actually want people to say, hello, good to see you. All right. Biospiritual Harmony, love the name. 100% no white guild. Arden White is here. Great to see you, sister. There's Lunder, the thunder from down under. Great to see you, brother. And Janice Ridgway, hello, sister. Wonderful to have you with us. Hyperborean Jim, what I wrote about saying white erasure versus white genocide. Yeah, but where did you contact me? Where did we talk? See, that's part of the problem, is having so many conversations across so many different platforms. Lunder asking about the twin brother. Oh, Axis Mundi says, it wasn't the river Styx he was dipped into. He was dipped into, but the gutter of the mind. Visionary Companion is here. All right, we're going to keep rolling. Okay, Skype. It's on Skype. All right, brother. Thank you. I'll be able to look back there for it. Yeah, as I put things together, I guess I will, depending on the segments, when we are going free on the weekend here on Sundays, gathering, or rolling during the week, I'll discuss these things more. It's going to be so awesome. It's really going to be epic, because we're going to take it to a totally new level. All right. Gotcha, brother. Yes, I'll definitely check that out then. Thank you for the clarification. The NDP party had a hissy fit in Parliament in Canada because Tucker Carlson joked about invading Canada. I think that the real men of our once great country known as Canada, in that shell of a country now, would just say, okay, come on in. Come on in. We're tired of the anti-whiteism here. If America defeated honestly though, if when we defeat anti-whiteism in America, anti-whiteism will fall everywhere. All right. It's the humanity, y'all. Hello and welcome. Let's keep rolling. We're going to get into the Go Free lesson of the day. We're going to talk about oh, Canada. I actually saw this video of a hockey game, and it wet my eyes. Not the game. I didn't watch it wasn't the whole game. It was just the beginning. And it was in Canada. Y'all can tell me if y'all know where and when this happened. But it was in Canada, and they were singing the anthem for the United States, and something went wrong with the system. Is this true? It looked like a real video. Tell me if this is fake. I mean, is it true? Everything about it looked real. Unlike this baseball video I mentioned in a moment. I played baseball. I made the dumb decision to play college football rather than professional baseball in the minors. And I was like, this is ridiculous. But anyhow, the system failed in this video, and the Canadians began singing the U.S. anthem. Did that happen? Is that real? Talk about that was something special. And then I thought, my God, I don't know the Canadian national anthem, but they knew the U.S. national anthem. I mean, I know like a couple of sentences from it, but I wouldn't be able to pick it up. The baseball one was ridiculous. It was of a ball. This actually sounds lewd until I just thought about it when I was getting ready to say it. So you know the ball boy. They have guys along, young men along, sometimes really boys, along the foul lines in the stadium. Ball go foul, they'll grab it, and sometimes they're females, young women, sometimes little girls. And there was a video of a little girl, and they made it look really real, except that she ran up the outfield wall to catch a line drive, or almost line drive, out to the wall. 2 walls. She ran up 2 walls. So you'd have to take your eye off of the ball and then find it again. Let me tell you, as an outfielder, you can't take your eye off the ball. Finding the ball again is very difficult, much less turning around and then finding the ball again. All right, so this is uncovering your MPs. And these are the infections that are in your system right now. And we classify these as infections. They're ideas that harm you. And it's not enough to say consciously, I disagree with that idea. I think that idea is false. If when you hear the anti-white idea, you recognize it, and you did not offset it when you first heard it, then that means you are infected with it, because your subconscious mind does not know the difference between, reality and fiction. This is what the psychological warfare masters understand about the human animal. They know that the vast majority of your life is lived in your subconscious mind, or by way of your subconscious mind, that the subconscious mind is very weak. It can't tell the difference between reality and fiction, that there is an illusion that the conscious mind overrides the subconscious mind in a sort of permanent or fundamental way, when in reality, all it can do is disagree with it. And that having infected you with an understanding of the world, you then operate by way of that understanding of the world. These are the ideas that you have to address that are inside of you and are as permanent as your knowledge of how to operate a motor vehicle, ride a bicycle, skateboard, whatever it might be. Although I got back on my skateboard, what was it, last year? And I could do a couple tricks, but I wasn't about to try a bunch of the old ones. I'd probably still be in traction. We're going to pick up where we left off. The MPs with which we have been infected from childhood are so deeply rooted in the fabric of who we are that they become indistinguishable from our individual identities. Our ongoing studies reveal that the average Westman is infected with 5 to 30 times the MPs that he personally diagnoses. So in other words, when you get started, it's a difficult thing to try to look into yourself and say, and into sort of like this void in yourself and say, well, where are the ideas that are poisonous? So the best way to do this is, once you begin to learn what are MPs, and specific ones like diversity is strength, you then can, upon reading them in the text, and by the way, we're on page 113, second edition, iteration 2, you can then say, aha, yes, I have heard that. And what has been my response to that? And remember, the subconscious mind, your brain, the whole thing is geared for your survival. It's not geared for like your entertainment or geared just for superfluous information. It's trying to filter through things to ensure that you will survive and that you will pass on the genetic material that created the brain. So it's taken in this information, and by way of entertainment and by way of reality, it's concluded a high value for that specific material. right? You get fired from your job and you can't feed yourself if you don't agree with anti-white precepts, for example. Or let me rephrase, you disagree with them as the antag with the arguments that are there for you in the anti-white narrative that are immoral or at best less moral than the moral imperative the anti-whites give to you, this anti-white morality. All of the mechanisms, all of the gears, all getting in deep into the weeds, you don't have to understand all of that. You can follow me down that line and then realize exactly how this works. Or you can just say, I see that it works. Like I flip a light switch for electricity. I don't need to know how it works. I get in the, I know a lot about cars. Oh my God. This just reminded me. This is too funny. This is too funny. I gotta just look at this really quickly. See if I have it. All right. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. But what I will do is this. I've said about Dirty Fuentes before. This is just too funny. I'm not going to be able to laugh about it again. The first time was enough. How can I do this? Oh, I know how I can do it. That's not it. You all are going to find this at least funny. Maybe I will laugh again. This is so funny. Who doesn't, especially when it involves Dirty Fuentes? Is that going to work? Okay. This is great. Now, I've said this about Fuentes before, that he baffle gabs a lot. His audience doesn't know what he's talking about. And I've said more than a couple times, that often he doesn't even know. It's just baffle gabbing. Baffle gabbing is you're saying a bunch of things. You're trying to confuse your audience. You know, a great place to find baffle gabbing is these people who, when they want to talk about, and I can't believe they still are out there. I guess it's human nature, where they want to talk about forces that can't be measured, and to sound, in the past it used to always be like mystical, magical stuff, and in modern era or modern time they try to use verbiage like quantum physics says this, quantum physics. It's all absurd. Okay, it's total, and they baffle gab. They say a lot of things that they don't even understand themselves. They use words incorrectly, but you don't know, because you can't know everything. And so you're just thinking, oh, this person's smart, I'm going to just keep listening. Well, so a clip was shared with me of Fuentes the other day, where he was talking about non-whites. He was complaining about non-whites, I think maybe specifically blacks, rioting. And he said they're all going out. It's not a joke. Now, he was not joking. He was very serious about them going out and looting and rioting. And this is what he was saying. And he said they're going out there. They want to steal. And then he said something I did a double take on. He didn't know what he meant, or what it meant. He didn't know what it meant. But I did. And it just immediately leapt out at me as it's more baffle gabbing. He said they went out there and they just want to go out there and they want to steal, maybe he said stereos, and they want to steal catalytic converters. And they want to steal something or other. So maybe some of you in the audience right now, you're thinking, you know what it is. And you're like, who would loot for that? Indeed, who would loot for that? That's a catalytic converter. Oh my God. Can you imagine? They're out there looting and rioting when there's an opportunity to steal you some catalytic converters. And what does a catalytic converter do on a car? It doesn't enhance your performance package. what a catalytic converter does is it helps with emissions on your exhaust. It doesn't make the exhaust louder. It doesn't make it sound more interesting. It merely helps with the emissions. So can you imagine a bunch of thugs of all races going out into the streets to riot, to mayhem, to burn, to kill, to rob, to rape, to get them some big TVs, to get them some Nike shoes, to get them some whatever it might be, and to make sure that their emissions that coming out of the back of their cars is pristine. They're going to get them some catalytic converters so that they immediately can get home and they can rip the old one out of their car and do hours and hours worth of work. Let me tell you, exhaust work on an automobile is the worst work that you can do on an automobile. It is dirty. It is nasty. They're going to get right in there with the blowtorch and they're going to cut those bolts loose just so they can put in a brand new catalytic converter in their Cadillac. I'm sorry. What a proof. What a proof of the baffle gabber. Oh my God. Let me get me some brand new. You see that catalytic converter? You can't smell a difference in an automobile, the exhaust. You can't see the difference. They're all concerned though with the emissions. Where are we? Another way to diagnose your MP infections, I just got to get me a brand new catalytic converter. They're like, hey, it's getting lit tonight in the city. They're setting it on fire. Where you want to go? Track Auto. Got a whole shelf full of catalytic converters. Really? I was going to go over and get some big screen TVs, Best Buy. No, man. I was gonna go get some new cell phones, and they got some of those new Bose systems over there. I was gonna go get some of that. No, what you want is the catalytic converter. We're going to Track Auto tonight, baby. How many times have you seen Track Auto burnt to the ground? How many times have you watched like Channel 7? This is Bob from Channel 7 News, and we're outside of the auto parts store, and you can see hundreds and hundreds of looters and rioters are running into and coming out of the store. We'll ask them, excuse me, sir, what are you taking from the auto parts store? Catalytic converters! Oh my God. What's next? I mean, at least the little cap for the nozzle on your tire is visible. So at least they could get something like that. I don't even know what a catalytic converter is. Jim, I just saw a man rush from here with 11 catalytic converters. I've never seen anybody carry so many catalytic converters and run so fast in my life. He had a grocery cart of catalytic converters. Another way to diagnose your MP infections is to consider if your feelings are reflective of MP infection. So this is really important to realizing how serious this is. What you consume as history, but specifically entertainment, and as well as news, determines what you believe the world to be. And what actually happened has very little to do with it. Have you ever felt the need to apologize for being white, to itemize all the reasons that whites should feel guilty, or to quote non-whites on white villainy in hopes of receiving social acceptance and respect? Now, don't think of yourself right now, obviously. Think of yourself back in time. Have you ever felt that need? If you didn't address what caused you to have that need or emotion, that feeling, it's still there. It's still influencing your personality, how you talk, how you think, what you think of the people who are victimizing you. Now you begin to grasp how important this is. And you begin to grasp how tangible it is. There's nothing mysterious about it. There's nothing ethereal about that. Look at the time. Okay. Have you ever felt afraid to complain about anti-white double standards in society because you might be denounced as a bigot? You know you have. All of us have. Don't even lie. Have you ever wondered whether it was wrong of you to suspect race as a factor when you were passed over for hiring or promotion in favor of a non-white? Have you ever felt rootless? Have you ever felt like you have no culture, no people? Have you ever felt lost as a result? Has your life seemed purposeless as a consequence? Has society's lack of concern for you and our people made you feel like life is not worth living? These are all emotions. We refer to this as white noir, the crippling emotions that harm, that affect you. It's the manifestation of the illness physically, mentally, spiritually in you. If you're walking around thinking that society doesn't care about our people, and therefore you as a member of our people, society doesn't care about you because you are a member of that specific people, and that life really isn't as valuable or worth living, that is a sign of deep illness. And we all have it. We are all ill with anti-whiteism. We have to address it. It's extremely important to your well-being and how far you're going to go and how close you're going to align with our archetype. Let me jump past a bunch of more of these, and when you have this, you'll be able to go through and address for yourself. What spiritual injury do you think you did to yourself by rejecting our people and yourself? Destructive beliefs and attitudes, such as anti-white MPs, retard and undermine a person's spirit, health, abilities, drive, and resiliency, instigating numerous and cascading abnormalities. If you think that's not true, how many times have either we heard for ourselves or heard for someone else that someone who comes from, say, parents who were alcoholics or abused drugs, legal or illegal, that they suffer from a spectrum of beliefs that they can't do better than that, and that they have to confront those beliefs. So if it can happen on your own, with your own deductions from observing your parents, then how much more so when it's in everything you read, consume, entertainment, so-called history, schooling, at the grammar level, at the collegiate level, it's in your friends' mouths because it's from all these same sources. How much more so? I mean, this is like the biggest, most invisible thing ever to exist. You can't qualify invisible, but if you could, this is it. This is the most. You can't live a day without being infected and without having it undermine you. That's why you need the Go Free method. Have you ever asked yourself what it means to be taught from your earliest childhood that you are a member of a guilty people, a people that has a long history of harming the innocent around the world? Have you ever really? And we'll go ahead and knock it off there, and we'll keep moving. But seriously, because that's a big question. Ask yourself this. You've been taught your whole life that the white race is evil. Do you think in some deep stupor of foolishness that would not affect you as a white person? Are you one of these people who are so insecure that you're going to say, "Oh, it doesn't bother me at all because I don't see myself as they"? Forget about it. You're fooling yourself. You're fooling yourself, and you're a coward because you won't confront the truth. Really think about the ramifications. And when you're thinking about it, make sure you do this. When you're thinking about it for yourself, make sure you do this. Think about it right now for the little white boys and girls that are being taught that right now. Don't you want to metaphorically slap it out of the mouths of the people who are infecting them with those beliefs? Come on. Get some courage. Do the right thing. I want to talk really quickly about the spheres that we're in, because sometimes people ask. So generally speaking, we talk about the white sympathetic sphere. We don't talk about a movement, because there isn't a movement. In the sphere, all along, they've called it a movement. But that misses the point and communicates a lot of incorrect ideas. That makes it really hard to understand how to work within it, what it can do, what its potential is, and the different potentials that it could have. And it just undermines a lot. So we talk about the white sympathetic sphere. That's the total sphere of thought and the people, therefore, that hold those thoughts, who care about Western kind, Westmen, either explicitly or implicitly, and care about our creations, our countries, our norms, our music, both high and low, our poetry, our prose. They care about these things, our paintings. A good example of somebody who is explicitly white sympathetic will be somebody who will say, I don't want that painting damaged because it was painted by a member of my people that was this epic legend, and this should be honored for all time. Implicit white sympathetic person would make the argument, I don't want that painting damaged by whatever these groups that are out of damaging paintings these days, anti-white groups. I don't want it damaged because that's art history, and that's anything else. They won't explicitly say white, but they are there to defend the creation, the biospiritual creations, the projections of ourselves onto our world. That's in our works of art, in our music, in our law, in our literature, etc., everywhere. So the white sympathetic sphere is this big sphere. People who care about Western kind, Westmen, and our creations. And it's divided into explicit, those who are willing to say, yes, it's white people, and implicit, those who will make any argument other than, yes, it's white people. Within that sphere, you have good people and bad people. A lot of the bad people imitate the villain in this anti-white narrative. We refer to them as antags, the antagonist in the anti-white narrative. They assume the role that anti-whites have given them. They gladly take it on because it's fun for them, because they're misguided, for lots of reasons. Because it's profitable, because they get an audience, because they're too dumb to know otherwise. There's a lot of reasons. Those people are always explicitly white sympathetic, because the villain role, the antag role in the anti-white narrative, they are explicit. So you won't find any implicit white sympathetics there. You also have within the greater white, so we are all here, the white sympathetic sphere. You could be white, you could be non-white, doesn't matter. Same holds true all the way through. We all here are white sympathetics. We go further. Within that sphere, you have the white positive sphere. We are all in the white positive sphere. The big difference between just being white sympathetic and white positive is that in the white positive sphere, we center Western kind. We center ourselves in our story. We operate out of our story. So if there were a white child beaten on a bus by a non-white child, we would feel compassion for the white child. We would speak out about the victimization of white children, of white people, white erasure of our norms, and how we object to these things. White sympathetic people who are explicit, and even some who are implicit, are what we refer to as white negative. They will center, in this scenario I just gave, the non-white child. They will talk about how that group of people are bad and how they have warts, and maybe they've always been bad, or they'll talk to you all about these different, they center them for negative criticism. And very often you find, as we were talking about earlier with sloths, they care more about harming that non-white group than they do about protecting white people. And they openly admit it. And it not all the time, but often. So, and then within the white, and I guess you'd say within both of those, the greater white sympathetic sphere and then the white positive sphere that's inside of it, you have what I will often refer to as communities or circles. And so those are the groupings of people. So we are a white positive community, a white positive circle of friends, circle of colleagues, a circle of family. We're white positive. So that's what we mean when we're talking about these different spheres and where people in different circles, different communities, and where people come from in those. The other thing I want to mention here in the Going Free lesson of the day is Axis Mundi has come up with a syllogism, and we'll sort of key this in as the MC of this particular lesson. And well, this, and I guess the doom drollery, I'll get to that in a moment. We'll wrap up with that in this segment. But the syllogism, the MC in syllogism, he says, and of course the I think it's Aristotle, right? That said, all humans are mortal, something along the line of all humans are mortal. Aristotle is a human, therefore Aristotle is mortal. And so Axis Mundi has here, all people, this is the Promethean syllogism. All people deserve dignity and well-being. White people are people. White people deserve dignity and well-being. It's brilliant. I love it. Well done, sir. Well done. When you're talking to somebody who feigns themselves, like maybe an academic peacock, or maybe it's autodidactic, they've done a lot of study at home, and now they think they're very smart, they know all about Kant, and they know all about all the different philosophers they want to share with you. Break this syllogism out on them, and they won't be able to refute that. I mean, it's perfect. All people deserve dignity and well-being. White people are people. Therefore, white people deserve dignity and well-being. I love it. Can you imagine in the history classes, high school, college now, white kids breaking this out instead of, that's just a liberal ideology that you're spreading. Instead, they break out the Go Free method of argumentation. They break out Axis Mundi syllogism, Promethean syllogism, and they use that on the teacher or professor. Disprove that. How about in debate? I have how many of these bogus debates at college, especially where it's the competition, where you just end up with these psycho anti-whites, and they talk as fast as they can. You can't understand a word that they're saying. It has nothing to do with intelligence. Another white erasure of something white people created, and doesn't reflect us at all. But could you imagine like a real debate? I've watched numerous debates over the years where white kids are asked, high school, college level, they're asked to defend the existence of white people, and they can't do it. So can you imagine breaking this out? Oh, powerful. I love it. He also he's working on, I guess, a Go Free proficiency exam. This is great. I'm looking forward to seeing that. The Go Free proficiency exam. Now that is for the groups that he's working with and that are working with him, and in open chat or the Going Free clubs that he's in or working with him. And looks like it could be an excellent way for you to gauge, where am I? Am I considered proficient by this particular exam or not? Because if you're wanting to improve, you got to have metrics for yourself. Are you actually getting better or not? So that's fantastic. Thank you much. Let's get some Raugus emojis And I'm giving a big 07 to Axis Mundi for that hard work and that syllogism. It's going to work very well. And that's the kind of thing, we could get that into memes. Where are our meme warriors, our meme merchants, and could take that syllogism, put that with a different pictures, different visuals, and then we'll start tweeting it, gabbing it, Facebooking it, putting it everywhere. We got the great Franklin in Virginia. I think Franklin might wallpaper Virginia. The man is like a machine. He is a machine. It might end up wallpapering a whole part of Virginia. Who knows? But fantastic. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's get some collaboration. I'm going to wrap up here on this segment, at least and then we're going to listen to at least part of RC the Realist's new song. And I'm going to stay here, though. I'm not going anywhere. So you don't go anywhere. At least listen to at least part of it. But I'm going to wrap up right now with, we have, as you know, from First Last, we had Doom documenting and Doom dissecting. Doom documenting is taking the information of the day and sharing it. Content creators do it. And in communities all across the white sympathetic sphere, individuals will do it. It's like their show and tell time. They want to get together, and rather than correct the problems in the world that we face, they want to just show and tell. I've got the most doom to share. The worst doom. Just take a look at my doom. It's almost gross. It's almost lewd. It's like, look at my doom. I got the biggest doom in here. It's almost lewd. I would go to so many of you all know who attended these IRL events over the years. I attended more and did more IRL than anybody, than 99.9%. There are very few people who've been out there as often as me over the years and discovered what there is to be had and what there is not to be had. And folks just get together and they're like, let me tell you the doom I discovered. I got doom. The other thing they do is they want to dissect the doom. Who's behind it? A lot of content creators, they specialize in this. Organization leaders, they specialize in this. It's like these angry faux historians, these angry revisionist historians. And they're like, I'm going to tell you about what happened in history. I'm going to tell you who's all behind it up to now. Well, heard it a million times, really bored of it. It doesn't change. It doesn't move the dial. It doesn't change anything. Oh yeah, well, me just speaking it moves that window thingy. No, it doesn't. It doesn't move that window thingy, because saying something that confirms a character in the anti-white narrative confirms and solidifies the anti-white narrative. Why is that hard to understand for folks? So that's what a doom dissector is. And then I came up with, because you see it often enough, doom divinators. These are people who want to take how bad everything is today, and they want to make profit for themselves, or they want to get your attention when you're at the meeting with them or at the march with them, or you're leafleting with them, and they're going to tell you where it's going to go. And if you think this doom is bad, well, there's going to be doom. It's going to be doom on top of doom. Really? And then it plays upon a person's need to know a potential threat to our survival. It's a very basic thing, and it's wicked to do that to a person. It's the same sort of thing that when there were 3 black anti-whites who wanted to murder me in DC, and I got away from them. I've told this story before. I got away from them, and I was driving down the road, and there was a white guy walking that direction, and I slowed down. I rolled the window down. I was like, "Hey, buddy, I was just almost shot to death. Another block that direction. Don't go that direction." And then left. That immediately tells him there's something critical to my well-being, my survival. I need that information. He really wanted it. If I had driven up and I had been like, "Hey man, there's a carnival this way," That wouldn't be very relevant, right? Hey, man, I saw 4 other people walk in the same direction you were. You wouldn't care. Be like, piss off, especially in DC. But hey, man, you could get murdered going that direction. That gets your attention. So when somebody says to you, it's a very wicked thing. And a lot of these prepper content creators, this is what they specialize in. This horror, this taking advantage of you. It's wicked. They come in, they say, the doom is going to be worse. Doom, I predict it. That's what they do. And so I finally, though, because so many entertainers out there they're just telling jokes about the doom. They mock the doom. And Salty tonight, the Saltine guy, is a quintessential example of doom drollery. So to be droll is to tell jokes. So I guess we can say droller. And drollery, that's the telling of jokes, a comedy, etc. So they're taking the doom and they're just making fun of it. They're mocking the people behind the doom, responsible for the doom. Once again, though, you're not going anywhere with that. It doesn't change anything. Could you imagine Overton window fixation, thinking that if you say something that confirms a stereotype, a character in the anti-white narrative, that you're going to move what the anti-whites, what the population is willing to listen to, and therefore what the anti-whites are able to say? If you confirm for your neighbor that you want to murder all Jewish people by saying the kinds of things that Kanye West was saying, they're not suddenly going to think that there's something wrong with Jewish people. I mean, right? These are people who have nothing like we have to offer. And so they grope, and they this naming business, it's a cope for their utter subjugation to anti-whites and anti-whiteism. It is a cope to their utter subjugation by anti-whites. That's all it is. I can say something they don't like. Yeah, and all of your neighbors don't like it either. And everyone in your county doesn't like it. And everyone in your state doesn't like it. Oh, there'll be a couple like you here or there, but rest assured, everyone else doesn't like it. So you're not moving any Overton wind. You don't control what your neighbors and family and friends will heed by just saying the things that confirm a character type. And that's the end of that, folks. I'm not going anywhere. Don't you go anywhere. We've got comments. We got announcements. We got more announcements that are big. You're going to want to be here for those. Play just a little bit of RC the Realist. Enjoy.
Dear white rappers, I've been enjoying your songs, but still I'll occasionally hear something that's incredibly wrong. And now I see a lot of MAGA rappers jumping on the scene who don't hold back their views, and that's a real good thing to see. But they speak in the white narrative, so I still appear to be the only rapper out there who is a rapper going free. A few of you did interviews with my man James Hake. You should ask him what Jason Kuna is, you'll really appreciate the videos he has and books he's written. I'll buy so you can get it. You're infected with main pathogens, need to sync up your biospirit. And go free is the answer to the cancer, it's the clearest. And y'all are great candidates by the way you prove you're fearless. You should be investing in land, I'll put it to you simply. You don't need all those gold chains on like you are Mr. T. What you need is a go free friend like our brother Mr. V. I write this to you with love, and with this chorus I sing. Dear white rappers, you really need to go free. Dear white rappers, I have the thing that you need. Dear white rappers. You can take this here as your call. Dear white rappers, I'll even put your name in the song. Dear Tom, dear Tyson, dear Adam Calhoun, you should buy the book of free, cause the movement has room. Dear white rappers, free. Dear white rappers, free. Dear white rappers, free. Dear white rappers. J360 said they hate a white-ass Christian, that's so true. But they also hate a name believing white-ass also true. Or white atheist that's saying that here's the singing signs of proof. So let's find the common denominator and unify the group. In Forgiato, you talk about how you see Nazis with black faces, then proceed to call these people some terrible racists. I get what you are saying, but it's still time that you face that. The term shouldn't be used cause it's just an attack on whites. Remember, no other race can be it, that's deceiving, am I right? So you should stop saying it's racist and instead say anti-white. Cause language will change the world, I do believe it. Cause we put them in the defense position every time that we speak it. Shout out to Master Foster, I met another rapper going free. Halfway through writing this song and getting to the recording. I'm American, he's Australian, but we go through the exact same thing. Yes, we should love our country, but I'm patriotic for my team. Dear white rappers, you really need to go free. Dear white rappers, I have the thing that you need. Dear white rappers, you can take this here as your call. Dear white rappers, I'll even put your name in the song. Dear Tom, dear Tyson, dear Adam Calhoun, you should buy the book of free, cause the movement has room. Dear white rappers, free. Dear white rappers, free. Dear white rappers, free. Dear white rappers.
Looks like we made it through the majority of RC the Realist's new piece. Dear white rappers, he's trying to get some of these big white rappers to come on over and start rapping about us. It was a brand new piece, very well done. Mentioned me in there and others. I think it was Foster mentioned as well. So fantastic, well done. We cover the spectrum here, and it's awesome. I'll take a look at what you all are saying. And before we got started today, I was yelling, and I have fried my voice. Oh well, fried it. Yelling out of the not success. I mean, not rage, but success. Not anger, but success, but joy. All right, what do we have? Let me see. All right. Let's get to some announcements. I'm going to see what you're saying. We're going to take calls tonight. Caleb is first. I do want to play just the beginning, if I can, of the great Imminent Reign's video here, just the first like 60 seconds. As I said I would earlier during the swashbuckling announcement, because the great Imminent Reign has finished The Legend of Prometheus, which of course then includes Prometheus 9, which is the last piece. Very excited about that. We want everybody to get involved. It is April 30th at 5 p.m. He will be releasing, and we're going to get ready. We're going to hype. We want this to be big. So let me share the first 60 or so seconds of this. Here we go.
All right, I've got a major announcement. I'm going to be peeking down at my notes because I've got a lot to say in this video, and then I'll give you a little teaser of the video for P9, Prometheus 9. So the major announcement is that P9 is finished, the audio, and still working on finalizing the video. But let's see here. The release is scheduled for Beltane, Sunday, April 30th at 5 p.m. I figured, Prometheus is a fire god, so why not put it on a fire festival? So, yes, Sunday, April 30th at 5 p.m. It'll be on my channel, and I'm going to make sure and invite all the important people. So, Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to seeing you there. There's a couple of reasons that the release is a ways out. I still have lots of stuff to do to finalize the album, the artwork, mastering, duplication, merch, and promotion. And speaking of promotion, I need your help in sharing my content. Let me scooch it over here a little bit. I need your help in sharing my content over the next 14 weeks. Prometheus Rising is a masterpiece, and consequently, this album release deserves a bigger audience than the size of my current audience. So, why is my audience still so small? Let's talk.
We are going to remedy that. You can watch that video over on Imminent Reign's channel. This guy is an epic, Herculean, massive, tapping in to the biospirit of the West, tapping into that spirit of the West that speaks to us, creating this music. It is fantastic. Everybody's going to be, you see, RC the Realist getting better at what he does every time. The more you treat yourself for these poisonous ideas, the increasing, and just that's the thing that's very exciting, is the more you will be able to tap into what your true potential always was. So God bless this guy. He's got a great, and by the way, folks, nomenclature, another one of these things that has been white erased in our world. We have specific names, and we've made it we didn't give things strange names. We make it all like easy to understand, right on its face. And so you have to, when you have concepts, when you have states of being that you have to explain, you give them a name. And if you're smart, you do like we did. You make it simple, easy to remember, speak directly to nomenclature. It's how we do all of our science. That's all it is. So these people who have all of these criticisms of like, well, they have these things called mean pathogens. That's silly. Really, it says exactly what it is. Have you ever heard of science? You don't want to give a name to something. I could go on and on about it. There are a lot of jealous and limited people out there, but this guy is not one of them. Luke Mason, Imminent Reign. We are going to so hard. We are going to help advertise, publicize. We're going to bring as many people to this as possible, and we're going to make it huge. So hard. I wanted to read this. I didn't get his permission to. It's just the bottom of an email, but it has some compliments for me, but that's not why I'm reading it. It's to show you the like deep down character of this guy, because people don't say this kind of thing. Now, if it were like blandishment, if it were meant to manipulate me by way of flattery, that would be identifiable. He's not trying to manipulate anything. So I'm going to share this just to share what kind of a guy this is. He said, one more thing, extremely important. I couldn't have done this without he says genius. I appreciate it, Luke. I couldn't have done this without your genius, encouragement, and support. You are a Promethean hero to me, to the white positive community, to the Western heavy metal musical tradition. From the depths of my heart, bro, thank you. Thank you for everything you have done, and especially for encouraging me when I was tempted to quit. How many of you out there have been tempted to quit? And you were really right there on the line. Almost everyone. You're a great man, brother Jason. I'm proud to call you my friend. Let me see. Promethean hails so hard. I'm proud to call you my friend, brother. I shared that, folks, to show this guy's, that's his genuine, heartfelt appreciation. And people with good characters down deep. Everybody, people have different levels of mistakes, and we have different levels of trying to get to where we want to be, right? That optimal state that we're all trying to work toward. We have that like ideal person we would like to be, right? But you get glimpses at time on people. Like, this is like the fallback. If the fallback is a good character, a good person, then you got somebody you can call a friend. You got somebody you can rely upon. You got somebody that you can help them grow, and they can help you grow. All right. And that's the kind of family we have to be. So I'm going to be there for Imminent Reign so hard. And I hope all of you will as well. This album is going to do so much for our people because, you know, you've heard some of the music today. You've heard other pieces. Folks love this. The more people who hear it, they're going to love it. And they're going to say, well, what is this Prometheus Rising? It's the same way with Groundhog Fury's art. Groundhog Fury, who taught himself how to do several things so that he could be more beneficial, more of an aid, more of a supporter, do more for white well-being, so that he could create the art that he created that is astounding, absolutely astounding. The talent of this guy brings folks in, and they're going to say, well, what is it about this Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny? And that, my friends, I think I've mentioned before, for all of the tactile utilitarian good that the Go Free lexicon does, the spirituality of Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny may well, in the long run, do more for us even than the good of the lexicon and dialectics found in Going Free. And that's a really huge thing for me to say. It's a spirituality, so it doesn't take you away from your religion. But when you read it, you will feel that voice of the West, that spirit of the West. You'll learn to be able to listen to it. And who put it there but the creator? Or if you're polytheistic, the creators. Or if you're atheist, biology over time has put it there. It's why you're here. If you don't listen to it, then you're headed to perdition. Either perdition that is in another realm, or a perdition of this very real physical universe of suffering for yourself and your loved ones. So it's going to do a lot, and we're going to really play this up. God bless you, Imminent Reign. I also want to share with you all the great Final Blossom, and I'm going to check on the financial gifts in one moment. The great Final Blossom, another angle, another service, and this is a very interesting article. I want you all to check it out. The most recent by Final Blossom. And here it is. Anti-whiteism is neutral by Wikipedia standards. What can be done about it? Isn't that a beautiful thing? Final Blossom, brilliant. This article actually tells you how to address Wikipedia, how to make changes, and how over time in their aggregate, Wikipedia can be forced to treat anti-whiteism as the evil and bias that it is, rather than as a neutral, rather than as the norm. Or check it out, and it's over there at finalblossom.substack.com. And of course, I want you to stay on YouTube. So if you can find him on YouTube, then that's where you want to go and look at this. But otherwise, this is a fantastic, productive approach to the problems that we face. And Wikipedia, even though in most universities, or at least used to be, you couldn't use Wikipedia as a source. Increasingly, they are allowing Wikipedia to be used as a source. And in everyday conversation, Wikipedia is used as a definitive source to shut down conversation. So check this out. Well done. Big round of applause, please. Get some applause for the great Final Blossom and this newsletter. Well done, sir. Thank you very much. A productive thing, a constructive thing. Now, otherwise, community projects, I want to mention that I think I will save the one maybe for next week since we're running short on time. The first one I want to say is I want you, the one I want to talk about, I want you to take the opening part of the Going Free on Sunday gatherings where we play the Pine Tree Riot song, and I want you to put it into an earbud or something, and I want you, give it your best, you don't have to be great, to sing along with that song. You got to have it in your ears so you hear the tempo, you hear the words, etc. You could have it muted or whatever it is, and you could watch and you could read the words, sing along with it, and then make those recordings. You can be good, you can be bad, you could be woman, you could be female, you could be soprano, you could be bass, all of it. And let's get a bunch of these. Try to get at least 10, and I'll do one as well. And then I or someone will take these and we will put it with the song as sung in that version, and our voices will be a little bit in the background. So you'll be able to hear us, that we're singing along with it, because I want that to be a sing-along. I want that to be a group activity that empowers us when we begin on Sundays. It gets us rolling. Like at church, you sing along, but it's not going to be the sort of milquetoast songs that we always sang at church. It's going to be, this is really enlivening. Although there were, not as a group, we didn't sing anything that wasn't, but there were like bands back in church that sang different songs that would fire you up. But at a couple of churches I went to, not many. We'll put our voices just down a little bit so you can hear us. We're like support singers. And then we'll put it at different points along through and the piece, and then play that every now and again at the beginning to engender singing along with it. So let's do that. Let's have people jump in. Let's be self-starters. Let's not wait for somebody to come and tap you on the shoulder and say, are you going to do? And you can get started then, and I expect to see it from you next Wednesday. Let's be self-starters. Let's be doers. Let's be can-do. Let's be make it happen kind of folks. Just do it. And then you don't have to know where it goes yet. I don't even know where it goes yet. We're going to find out. We're going to communicate where you will send the audio. I guess it's going to be like MP3 versions or whatever you produce. If you can't split it into an MP3 and it's a video of the top of your desk, and that's fine. Just try to make it clear. You don't have to be great. We'll figure out. We'll make it happen. It's with business the same way. You get started. You start making it happen. You fix things as they show up. You figure out how to do things later. You go back and fix things that were broken. You can't wait until everything's perfect and somebody says, okay, A, B, C, and D, and here are your instructions. Let's go. So let's make that happen as a community. I think that'll be a lot of fun. I think that should be fun. I want to get girls in there, girls singing along. A lot of girls singing along would be great. And we could even have, not just, initially I was thinking like, you have the main singer from the song and then one of us beneath it. We could even have segments where it's like the main singer and then like two of us underneath, as long as you could tell, And then I think what we might also do, Fernell had a really epic idea as well. First, we're going to do this. But Fernell had an epic idea of having our community do the whole piece and it just be our voices. And so that could be something we could also work on in the future, which would be, I hadn't thought about that, but that is a really cool idea. And Fernell could really mix that and make it work. I mean, could you imagine we'll have like real singers like Fernell, maybe Luke Mason, Imminent Reign, who knows, participating. So it would be awesome. Everybody should make sure if you haven't gotten your calendar, White People Press, peoplepress.com. But of course, I want you to go to YouTube to get this. Go to YouTube. But otherwise, so it's only loving things. There's no talk of other groups of people. No, this is beautiful. The art in here. Let's support each other. Don't buy somebody else's calendar. Don't do it. Let's support each other. This is fantastic. You got a lot of room to write in here what you need to write in. The grocery list, the auto parts, you got to get the catalytic converter. You have plenty of room to write all that stuff in. They sell there, of course, they have other things. They've got books. We were showing you the books. You got the books by the book by Quinn. They have little fairy tale books. Do I have? I think I have. Yep. They've got this book. They got a wonderful array. Make sure you got gifts you have to buy all the time. You got things you need for yourself. Go to us. Go to our people. This is that alternative marketplace. That's not something that's in the future. It's every time you make a purchase. So make these purchases when you need them. If one of our people are doing it, then and that they're an option, then 100% of the time get it from them. Okay, just two more things as we hit the bottom of the 8th hour. I got to show you this, my friends. This is awesome. You know, we have that general. What was I calling him in South Carolina? We're not going to say his real name, but he owns a store in South Carolina, and he asked me, was it last month? No, I think it was maybe December, for a banner and to post in the store. General South Carolina. That's who he'll be. General South Carolina. Guy's a great guy. Remember, I went down there and spoke. There was a big event. It was glorious. It was so glorious. And as a Southerner, my particular hue of Western civilization, it was like a little slice of heaven. But he said, yeah, I don't know where he did this. I want a banner of yours to put up in the store. So I said, all right, General, General South Carolina, I will make you a banner. Well, guess what? Places would not print the damn banner. I got these messages back. We're sorry. We're not going to be able to print this banner. Really? Why? Because you're anti-white. That's why. But I found a place, and they printed the banner. And I'm going to show you all before I send it off to him, just like I did with Mark's, the gift I got for Mark, which he has by now. It's gone easily across the Atlantic by now and reached him, which is a good thing. But this I want to show you as well. And it's a collaboration without folks even knowing it was a collaboration. I don't even know who made the original image. I think it was No White Guilt Clips. You might have heard of him before. I think he might have made this, but I know I found it through him. But if he didn't make it and somebody else did, then we'll celebrate that person as well. Let me know. But we're going to celebrate him, No White Guilt Clips, at least for sharing it if he didn't also make it. Oh, this is so funny. Now imagine this in a pro-Southerner store, right? Can you see that? That is so awesome. So that's going to be hanging in the store. That is the coolest thing, is it not? Every good old boy and good old girl that goes into that store is going to see this, have a laugh. They're going to see the website. You know they've had it up to here with the slavery, right? Can you imagine being born in like 2000 and they're like, make up for slavery? So they've had it up to there with slavery. They got the little jab there about electricity, and then the website's there. And you know what? It's just my opinion that white people had anything to do with electricity, and you should look elsewhere to get alternative views. because maybe I don't have it correct. Maybe I'm wrong somehow. I'm going to take a look at what you will. Oh, one final thing, and this is an important thing. It's short, though, and I'm going to take a look at what you're saying. I'll take a look at the financial gifts. I'll take a look at you tagging me in the live chats. And a big thank you to everybody who has been letting those know, who've been trying to speak to me under Jason or whatever else it might be. Captain General Swashbuckler to many as well. Thank you to those folks who've been telling them to tag me so that I'll see it. But very quickly, I want to say that Kate is here, active and working in the community to help me. So there is not going to be a time when she is going to go out into and do interviews, where she's going to go out and be the like titular head or go-to person or known entity for white well-being. That's not going to happen. The reason why that's not going to happen, I guess there are a couple of reasons, but she is not here to be a leader. She is here to help me. So the 1.2 million and growing and the other tweets of hers and all of the conversations and all of that is to help me and this work we're doing for white well-being. She believes in it. She sees that it works. She speaks lucidly to it, intelligently to it. She has been around for a very long time, read countless testimonials. She knows that this is the only thing that will help. But she does not want to be a leader. And I do not want her to be a leader. When it comes to interest in the things that we are doing, she takes umbrage to the notion that she would be invited to speak at a conference, and that almost happened. We headed off that from happening. She takes umbrage to the prospect of her being invited to speak at a conference, on a podcast, on a stream, rather than me. Now, I know some might argue, well, she could go and then just tell everybody to go to you. That keeps us in this feminized state. That keeps us in this gynocentric world. That keeps us kowtowing to female domination. We're not going to have that here. She doesn't want to play a part in perpetuating that. If, as far as Kate is concerned, if they won't have yours truly as a speaker at a conference, on an interview, podcast, written, or video, then they are offensive and not worth a moment of her time. And that is a very noble position to take as a woman in the West, if she finds herself in the circumstance that she finds herself in. So I hope that's clear. I've seen just the other day, there was and well-meaning, of course, all of these suggestions are well-meaning. There was a guy who suggested that either she and I could be on this other person's show that has this massive audience, or just her. I mean, that's recognizing and submitting to the status quo. And it's absolutely repulsive, honestly. It's extremely offensive. The person who, I'm not going to name him, but I have not been invited to be a conference speaker at a specific event that recurs. And she was almost invited to be a speaker. So I was pissed off. She was pissed off. We're not doing that. So just so everybody knows, if you see it happening in the future, you see somebody saying, hey, we should have Kate be the face of white well-being, let them know, no, we are going to be when it comes to leading, it's going to be male. And that doesn't mean that females can't contribute enormously. Just look at Yiz. Just look at, what is it, Western kind art. Just look at Kate's tweet that she just made. Just look at Ardent White. Just on and on. Look at all of these. Just look at all of these women that have done amazing things for white well-being. They can do amazing things, but leading is not going to happen. Not here, not ever. I mean, God, Elaine Sabatino, Euro Yankee, Fraulein Dresden. We could just wonderful things. If I missed a name, you know what I'm saying here. So just let folks know that that's going to be the way it's. Imagine what an insult that would be to have, I don't know, like Tim Pool ask her to come on. And she's been, I've been in the trenches, dying, bloody, battered all of these years. And she shows up, what? Passive viewer 6 years ago or whatever it is. And she's doing a fabulous job. But then they're like, yeah, we'll have her. We'll have her. Now, we have to face enough injustice as men, as guys in the West, certainly as white men. We have to face enough injustice out in the rest of the world to not have to deal with it in the middle of white well-being. So those are my thoughts there. I'm going to take a quick look. You know what? Mailbag. I have a wonderful letter and also a box I didn't even get an opportunity to open yet. And I will have them next Sunday. We'll get into the mailbag. Really looking forward to that. So keep your eyes open for that. Very excited. But wonder what's in the box. But the letter looks like it'll be wonderful. And I just don't have them with me. Running out of time. I can't go get them. So we'll take a quick look at the financial gifts, and we're going to keep rolling. We get to DB50. You all know what to do. Let's get him some 007s. This Westman is absolutely Promethean. He can hear the spirit of the West. Financially gifting 50. I hear the spirit of the West dollars. 50. I hear the spirit of the West dollars. God bless you, dude, bro, moment. Please, folks, Raucous emojis. 07s in the chat for this guy. Ace. How about some of those aces again? That works perfectly. If somebody can pull those up quickly, some aces would work. And he says with those $50 for white well-being and quantum physics. That's beautiful. For white well-being and quantum physics. Maybe I should take one of these baffle gabbers who talk about that sort of weird stuff and then like do a little review during a stream. Because so many white people used to fall into that stuff. It's like tons of white people. They're talking about like, oh, in vibrational frequencies and it's quantum physics. And you have I'll have to get together and do like a specific character. And you have all these vibrational frequencies. It's about pulling from the universe and then drawing from the matter of the ether in reverse polarity form where there's a vortex. And then you end up having happiness. Pay right here. You're like, what? What? And then you have all these poor souls that are like, I don't understand a thing. It must be smart. Who do I make my check out to? It just, for so many years, that's been happening. It still goes on. God bless you, brother. I really appreciate it. Intelligence is making the complex understandable, not taking the mundane and making it incomprehensible with catalytic converters. God bless you. He's a champ. He's a hero. He is dependable. He's DB50. Dude, bro moment. Take a quick look over at D Live. And a hello to everybody over there. Doesn't look like I missed anything. Nope. And we'll check out Odyssey. And it doesn't look like I missed anything there. That question about who to thunk it was, what do you respond to people who say it's blaming the victim to not, and the rest of the sentence here doesn't make any sense to me, and it's coming from antags, and so therefore it's illogical. If you don't, the sentence reads, it's blaming the victim to not name a non-white victimizer. So that's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow. It makes no sense. The sentence translated for sanity is, are you blaming the victim if you don't blame the innocent? Because when you pick, and of course the answer is no. If you pick an entire group of mankind and you say that group is responsible, then that statement includes people who were actually anti-white in our case, those who couldn't give a damn and who were just out maybe for their whatever it is in this world, or dealing with their hardships or whatever, and then those who know what's going on and they're not anti-white. So you have, just breaking it up into thirds like that, 2/3 are innocent. And of course, there are going to be a great many more in reality who are not actively anti-white. So the majority are going to not actively be anti-white of any group, generally speaking. And so this question that antags are presenting to people like who to thunk it is a non sequitur. It's illogical. And when you unpack it, you see that they are requiring you to condemn innocent people with the claim that if you don't condemn the innocent, you're victimizing their victim. How do you have a victim without a victimizer? These people are not equipped to think. They are equipped to play a role in somebody else's story. And they should, if they knew better, if our race had any sense left in it, they would submit themselves to what they can see as actually effective for the objective. But our objective is not their objective, and that's why they don't submit to it, or one of the main reasons. Their main objective is to victimize, in this case, jaywalkers. And so they'll make up any nonsensical argument that they can. Pseudological, everywhere you turn. It's pseudological when they attempt to be intellectual. You're just blaming the victim if you don't condemn the innocent. What? Stop talking. You should have like a job that requires no talking, and it's just like you do this with your hands. Can you do that? And then nothing else. Please don't reproduce either. So thank you for that question, though, because that is something that they will say, and it's a good thing that we address it. Let me swivel around this way. What time do we got? All right, we're going to take calls soon. Biospiritual Tastes, great name, says, good point, No White Gill. Thank you, I appreciate it. It just, yeah, stay away from those people. They have one thing in mind, and it is that they want to, at a minimum, they want to bring negative attention. They want the entire population of the world, but say the West, to focus negative attention on jaywalkers. And the disingenuous will say, but I don't want anything to happen. I just want to focus. I just want everybody to have negative thoughts about them, as though nothing bad would happen. And then they're the other ones who are honest, but real monsters. And they're like, they want to kill them all. They'll openly say it. There's a wannabe political party in the Northeast that says it. They want to kill them all. So how are they allowed to still be talking? I don't know. Your guess good as mine. But that's what they're after. There are anti-whites in that group, and they are every bit as anti-white as any of the other anti-whites, or every bit as awful and every bit as condemnable and every bit as wretched. But then there are also innocent people of anti-whiteism. They might be something horrible in their lives. I don't know. But and they can, if it's illegal, they should be arrested for whatever it is. And if it's immoral, it should be recognized as immoral. But there are going to be plenty of good folks as well. If they're not anti-white, then I'm not going to condemn them. But here's the other thing I should say this. The really important thing in a sort of thought experiment, I guess I could say, in the laboratory of the mind. If we could get the population, an increasing number of the population across the West, to condemn anti-whiteism, what will happen to the 2/3 or whatever it is or more of that group who are not anti-white, who are innocent? It's going to be more than 2/3, but whatever. They're going to begin thinking about, if they learn about this condemnation of anti-whiteism, they're either going to continue to say, not interested, I'm just doing my thing, living my life. They might say, oh, you know what? I want to make some money off of how there's this tide against anti-whiteism. So I'm going to become a part of this. I want to get involved and I want to make some money off of it and maybe get famous. And I'll be the biggest person against anti-whiteism out there. That could happen because they look around. What won't they do? They won't look around at a population and say, a growing population that's condemning anti-whiteism, and say to themselves, I want to be an anti-white. That's unlikely to be said. Now, what if, thought experiment, not the real world, but what if you could get, and it can't be done for lots of reasons, and evidence of it is that it's never been done, but is that, what if you could get the growing number of the population to condemn these people on the basis of their birth? How do you think that 2/3 or even larger, how do you think they'll respond to that? They're fighting for their lives. They're in a corner. They will fight with all the genius, money, connection, stupidity, poverty, whatever it is that they have at their disposal to overcome that. So these people, these fixator psychos, the only thing they accomplish with that nonsense is to engender more unity, more fervent anti-white action from this group that they would love to target. That's all that they actually end up doing. Just imagine that you take one of these people and you're like, okay, the society that you're in condemns all anti-whiteism. What are you going to do? Everywhere they turn, anti-whiteism is condemned. Maybe they condemn anti-whiteism as well. They probably, the vast majority probably would. Or many would. I don't know the exact numbers. But what if you put them in an environment where you tell them, okay, well, a growing number of the people are condemning you because you were born? I think they'll respond. I think with all the money, all the power, all the connections, everything. End of that dumb conversation. Those people back there in the past, in the ghetto of the white sympathetic sphere, they're not worth a moment of your time. We have here the Great Slaughts is back with another $5 financial gift. God bless you, brother. And he says, link a Luke Mason song every Sunday on social media. I love that idea. Link a Luke Mason song every Sunday on social media. We will do that. Somebody make a note for me. We will do that. And we have $5 here from Western Kind United. God bless you. Thank you so much, good brother, as well. He says, Hails, brother. He says, Hails, brother, we are all organs of the same body. 07. Very cool. Yep. We are all parts of the same body, and that is the body of Western Kind. Get out your 07s. 07s, raucous emojis for a 25 white well-being dollar financial gift. 25 white well-being dollars from Ace. God bless you, sister. Thank you so much. And she writes here, for Western Kind, with a smiling emoji. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. $25 white well-being dollars. All right, let me look over here. And I'm going to zip up to the top, see if anybody left any comments. We're coming up 2.5 minutes outside of 9 on the East Coast of U.S., and where weather balloons occasionally float around that aren't doing any spying whatsoever. Thank you all for celebrating. And Joshua Bell says, no, Michael, you should talk to Tom McDonald, a white rapper. Do you know him? If you could put me in contact with him, I will speak with him. Absolutely. If you could put me in contact with him, I will fly. Isn't he in California? I will fly to California to speak with him, to get him to make some raps about us and what we're doing, and use our or use our lexicon. But otherwise, I don't know him, and there's no way he's gonna respond to me messaging him. I don't see that. Well, I'll never see it, probably. Remote Control is here. Hello to you. Montana Kid is here. The Jones is here. I am hungry. My God. I haven't eaten since this morning. I am a hungry Westman. Mind Over Magic, I caught. You wrote Jason. Says, are you going, tag me as No White Guilt from now on. I just because where I scrolled, it stopped at the very top. And that's the only reason I caught it, brother. Says, are you going to discuss the California doctor that was stabbed to death? Not during this gathering, because we just don't have the time. But I will. I absolutely do. I tweeted about that horrific consequence of anti-whiteism. It's a very important subject, not only for this individual who is known, is like, has like this specific reputation as being a lifesaver, a surgeon, and white man, and an anti-white non-white struck him while he was riding his bicycle. Anti-white non-white driving a nice car, I believe, struck him, got out of the car, and stabbed him to death. And we got to talk about this. It's a horrific thing. Why it happened. It's a very important thing about why these kinds of things happen. Because remember, I've talked to you many times. How many times have we talked about here that when you do things in white sympathy that evinces or demonstrates, I guess I should say, the villain role, you engender, we could call them retaliation, but it's not really, you kind of create more evidence, more reason for anti-whites of all races to go out into the world and to commit that rape, to commit that murder, not just an assassination like this, which essentially was what it was. But the people in a bar, people in the, they see, and there are no anti-whites who rape, murder, stab to death after hitting with their car magnanimously. All right. So they're all thinking anti-white narrative. So the perpetuation of the anti-white narrative, the promulgation of it, directly results in harm of various types, from the kind of thing we're just mentioning all the way up into institutional, structural discrimination, persecution of us. People's whole lives are ruined. We need to speak to this. And you're right. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. That's really horrific. Oh, you did tag me down here. Because Franklin. Okay. Thank you both for that. JC Denton is here. Overboard says, can I have one? What is it you want? Please tag me again. Did a great job tagging me, but I don't recall what I was talking about at that moment. Hyperborean Jim said, I missed what store is that going on, and what specifically was I talking about? Look at these new emojis. They're wild looking. Tag me again and give me a little bit more information as I slide through quickly. Oh, you did it. You tagged me again. The chat leapt on me. And good point. Great stream. Thank you for sharing the stream. Stephanie Love, thank you for sharing the stream. I will scroll. It did it again. I'll scroll back. Pearl Lady is here. Great to see you. Thank you for being here. Lunder says, no, I don't need a Scooby snack. Oh, the banner. Where's the store? Oh, the store's in South Carolina. And so you'll have to travel to the store to see it there. It was the same one I went to. I don't know. I'm going to have to find out if I might not be able to say. You kind of might have to find out through the grapevine. We don't want to bring him any undue attention. Dusty is here. Great to see you. Victorian Time Traveler, are you not talking about how the F-35 shot? I thought it was an F-22 Raptor, but how the F-35 shot down a mini Death Star. That was so cool. Just like that Finnish TV show Topless Gun. Oh my God, I never saw that. That's hilarious. No, maybe we'll come together to talk about that some other time. We just passed 9. And I will get to the call very quickly, though. I want to answer your comments from last week. Oh, and I have a note here to thank Mind Over Magic for sharing that story with me. Thank you, brother. Bulldog Boer says, our people don't lack in numbers. What we lack is unity. Unity to defend ourselves from anti-whiteism. Once we have this numerical courage again, it's game over for anyone anti-white. Don't be discouraged and know that you are on a righteous path, founded on love for our own, never hatred of others. Trust the process and know that in the end, we shall reclaim our destiny. It's inevitable. God bless you, Bulldog. Lawrence says, I had my racial awakening in 2014 and have never seen a general awakening of whites such as I'm seeing now, including the alt-right days. Of course, there was awakening then, but what's going on now is more genuine, deep-rooted, and widespread. Keep pushing, y'all. We're going to do this. Kevin Ashcroft says, cannot bottle going free, Jason. Like the anti-whiteism cult is trying to bottle Western culture or bottle it to the basement and imprison us for all eternity. Following Going Free is totally available in any situation and can activate a total discernment of that situation to the advantage of its user. God bless you for that, Kevin Ashcroft. A wonderful testimonial. Bescape says, great job, Kate. You broke the anti-white limiter. You have graduated to white matrix rank. Absolutely. Let's see. Is this Danunaki? Says here, it does make logical sense that Western society is degraded in an attempt to degenerate white society at the expense of total decline for all other groups who live among. The degeneration of Black society is a direct effect of the anti-white cultural revolution over the past few decades. Precisely. God bless you for pointing that out. Precisely. Every Black person who cares about the Black community and all the other non-white races and their hardship, if if they look at what we're doing here, they'll be able to see how they and their communities and their families are collateral damage of what's targeted at the white family, at white people, at Western kind, Western civilization, Westmen. And many of them, their brightest members of those communities, are going to see that. I've in fact seen, I can't recall off the top of my head at the moment, but any from the Black community, but there was a YouTuber who was Arab, I believe, and was watching the disintegration of what he believed was the Arab family. And he said, this is what they're doing to the white family, and now it's affecting our families. And I was like, no. So they can see it. If they're bright, they can see that it targets white people and that it spills over into their communities. Let's see, where are we on time? We have Susan of Hull Humberside saying, listening to the radio stream in the background this week while working. At one point, they had Duke on in a call-in show with another co-host presenter. He was doing the usual stuff, jaywalkers are this and that, the other. Then what was interesting was the man who had rang in and was listening to Duke, asked, why do jaywalkers hate us so much? Well, as he waxed lyrically in his most enthusiastic reply, the caller chipped in, talking Duke waxed lyrically to this guy's question. The caller chipped in, do they have any names for us? Duke said no, but they are anti-Russian, which was a silly reply, but hey ho, writes Susan. Duke continued, but they have special words for themselves. Anti-Semitism, anti-Semite, anti-Semitic. Very powerful words, but we have nothing like that. Old man. Susan finishes, nothing ever changes. He cannot ever say anti-white except when under the thumb screws and he says then anti-white racism. My God. Or he says anti-whiteness racism. Always locked and fused with the suffix racist and racism. He will never alter. And then he says that another community out there worships him. Boy. Old man. Old dogs can't be taught new tricks. India, Quebec says that this video is 4 years old. Who the heck watches 4-year-old live streams? This is under one of my videos. And yet here I am, a noob, learning this method. Amazing stuff. God bless you, man. Everybody is new at some point. And we got so many people here, so much love, so much help. You can advance far quicker than a lot of the people who were here earlier on. Because they had to grope along. They could only get at me when they could get at me. So God bless you. Thank you for being here. I give you a salute. Thank you for that testimonial too. That's wonderful. Matt says, this is why attracting women is so important. In one tweet, Kate managed to do more for our people than David, Mark, and their Me Not Army has done for the past 25 plus years. Very well said. She certainly reached far more people. Thank you for that. The great reptile, true genius and champion, we're going to get to the phone calls in just a moment, says, there's always a drive for the inspired to emulate greatness. Whether it be the strongest, brightest, bravest, or most creative, we strive to equal or surpass their example. When folks like our champion Kate demonstrate these qualities, others will be eager to follow or compete. Today, 1 million people witness her strength and bravery from a position of morality. Who knows how many will now be inspired to do the same? Bravo to our wonderful sister and her great achievement. She brought victory to our entire people. Reptile, that's a beautiful thing to write. God bless you, man. Truly wonderful and so true. Thank you very much. And we have more compliments for great Kate and her achievement. And we will save those for next Sunday, I think, because we are now going to break out our very raucous emojis again. Maybe some of those new raucous emojis and 007s, because the Great Clips has returned with a financial gift of 121 white well-being dollars. This man, there's not a stratosphere high enough for this guy's statue. $121 from No White Guilt Clips, on top of all of the memes he creates, all of these videos. And folks, you know how it's not an easy thing. It's a very time-consuming thing, even to just take memes and videos made by others and then promulgate them on all these different platforms. That's a time-consuming thing. He makes memes and videos. He goes through my videos and has to cut them out. A couple seconds here, a couple seconds there, patch the whole thing together. Doesn't make sense. That takes time. That takes intelligence. That takes creativity. Then he goes out and publishes it everywhere. And then even comes here and financially gifts. This is the epitome of a man of the West who can hear the spirit of the West in his chest. It's strong inside. The spirit of the West is strong in No White Guilt Clips. God bless you, champ. Everybody needs to celebrate this man. What an actual champion. What an actual champion. Okay, we're going to place let me just check here really quickly. Okay. We got to get a call out to Caleb. And we'll see how long Caleb takes. If he doesn't take too long, we'll have Mr. V. But if not, then it'll just be Caleb today. And we'll have Mr. V back on next Sunday. Why did the screen do that? Ivan, the answer is yes. Let's place the call to Caleb right now. Too loud.
Jason.
Hey, brother. Promethean Hales. Good to talk with you.
Good to talk to you too, brother. It's been a while. How you doing?
I'm awesome, man. We did so many amazing things this past week. You heard it all. It's just I'm high on our successes. I love it.
I mean, absolutely incredible. I've been off of Twitter, but I recently went back on today, and I saw the whole situation. This Mexican girl on the bus, or this white appearing girl. I don't know what you call her. I thought she was white at first. And I saw that I saw a few other activities that this writer of this article was a non-white woman.
Yeah.
And the work that's being done, they had her picture posted. And like you said, like appealing to this company, like, you need to get rid of this. It's just absolutely incredible. And I could tell, I had a sense that it was our guys behind it, our guys and girls behind it. And just to know that is just, it's really the way it was done, just using anti-whiteism, making them the villain, is absolutely perfect. So, I mean, big pat on the back to everybody who was involved with that.
Amen to that, brother. Thank you for saying that. And what's on your mind tonight? I know you got a specific thing you want to talk about.
Right. Yeah, I've got a few things. I'm going to touch on them all pretty briefly. So on Twitter, I've got off of Twitter because I can get involved with some bad actors. They could be AI. They could just be anti-white. They could just be retarded, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I've noticed, engaging with people, if somebody's blatantly anti-white, it's very easy to ignore them. Now, you can just write them off as anti-white. Don't take them seriously. But I noticed some vague comments on some of the threads with this video in there. And I noticed some comments like, "Oh, if you watch the start of the video, she hit the boy first." It's like, and in my mind, I'm like, I wish this guy was in front of me, so I could I could show him how I feel about that comment. But it's just so completely irrelevant. But to the untrained eye, you would think, oh, that's just a vague, or this person needs to be enlightened. This is like okay, they're obviously confused. But no, this is anti-white tactics. This is anti-white deep learning. Yeah. They're trying to bait us into some conversation. I noticed some other comments like that are just like acting like there's some ambiguity in here. No, this is just blatantly anti-white. Anybody who says that it's not is just an anti-white bastard, and they need to go and rot in hell for the rest of their lives. And, we can all poke fun and laugh at them. So,
yeah.
So yeah, I haven't talked to you since since I called in for the Commanders post game.
Oh yeah.
I know that wasn't. I know I could have done better, just like I could have at the gathering we had in Virginia. I was pretty nervous being on national TV. It was my first time being on national TV before, and but yeah, I got no white guilt out there. Hopefully, we got some community members who heard that. I mean, that'd be great.
Man, that was epic. I just gotta say, when those two guys looked at each other, it was beautiful. So well done.
Yeah, it's funny seeing these guys who are cuffed. They're at work and they can't talk about this stuff. I mean, I feel for them, but we got to wake up. We got to start talking about this at work. It's time to have that conversation, 100%. And God bless you, brother. You put us in the place where we can have this conversation. We can walk through the grocery store. We can speak really loud in our apartment so all our neighbors can hear us talking about white positivity. Right. I mean, that's why we're here. That's why we're doing this. We're spread the good word. I want to talk about subliminal MPs.
Okay.
So I've been getting closer to Christ lately. I know, anybody in here who is Christian, I just want you guys to know that you're not alone. We are trying to bring white positivity, going free into a Christian atmosphere. So there is this show, and it is called The Chosen. I sent you a clip. I don't know if you want to play it or not. It'd be like 30 seconds.
Let me look. Go ahead and keep talking now.
Okay, so basically, this is Matthew behind bars in this clip, and you have Jesus, and they are both played by non-white people. Okay, and there is one white person in this clip, one white person.
Wow.
And can you guess what their role is, Jason?
The victimizer in some way. Or
yes. Yeah. Yes, it's the villain. He's the one keeping Matthew behind bars. Matthew wrote the first gospel. Keeping him behind bars, and we just see the progressive browning of all biblical creatures, or all biblical people. Just as time goes on, they progressively get more and more brown. One white person in the entire clip, and he is the villain.
Wow.
Yeah. So a lot of work that needs to be done.
Mother, the son, the talent.
Christianity is not just a be all end all for anti-whiteism. Like, definitely not. So sort of in that whole show, The Chosen, you just got MPs everywhere. So I mean, that is just one clip, but there's plenty of MPs you could probably guess just by seeing that clip.
Oh yeah. I bet so.
Yeah, so there is, to add on to sort of what's going on with Christianity, I've been seeing these billboards. I don't know if anybody else in the chat lives in a big city, but maybe you've seen this billboard that says Jesus was a refugee.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And this is one of those subconscious MPs. I know you talk about the subconscious having a huge influence over our mind. And it's something like that clip that you see where Matthew, the guy keeping behind the cage, is a white guy. This is another subconscious NP. Most people, to the untrained eye, to the average salty cracker viewer, they're not going to pick up on it right away, brother.
Right.
But obviously, for like you and me, big brains, and you know, Franklin and others in the chat, you know, we see this right away. And so I did some research into this company. Jesus was a refugee. So it turns out this company is owned by a half Japanese, half white guy. Okay.
Okay.
And if you go on his website, he describes his white father as a drunkard chain smoker. This guy's name is Bill High, and he has this. So the company's name is called the Servant Foundation. If you go to hegetsus.com, this is their propaganda site where they're pushing out this message, and it's basically like encouraging all Christians to let in so-called refugees. We know what they are. They're invaders. They're going back to their homes. They're taking vacations. They're coming here. They're stealing work, and they're going back home and taking vacations. So Jesus was not doing that. Jesus was in fear for his life, running from Herod. That's why. So if you look up hegetsus.com, you'll find out that it's owned by the Servant Foundation. Now, if you go on instrumental.com and you get a 990 report, you'll find out that the Servant Foundation is a $1 billion company.
Wow.
Yeah. And so John Malt and the Christian GFC, I don't know if you're familiar with clergy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So this is like a very similar story. This guy, he has made up in his mind that white people are the villain, and he wants to get rid of them by mass migration. And if you look at pictures of him, you know, at first glance, you think that he's white, but if you look a little bit harder, you're like, oh, okay, he is part Asian. And in his description, the anti-whiteism comes out, and he's a public speaker. So, you know, it says he's based in the Ozarks in Missouri, and his foundation is based in Kansas City, Kansas. So I think, you know, if we ever have the opportunity to go out and speak, Christians really, because they are white guilted so hard right now, they really need our help.
100%.
Yeah. So, but yeah, brother, I to add on to that, brother, I just want to thank you because, you know, just the work that you've done for this community in every aspect. I feel like I can go out and I can advocate for our people every day and not have any worry. So I really appreciate you for that.
Well, thank you so much, brother. You're a real hero, and you've taken right to going free. You're absorbing it and clearly getting more and more in alignment with the archetype, becoming increasingly effective. And you will be able to be one of those many Christians who are going free, who can take the Go Free method into the church and sort of exercise the anti-white demons out of it that has so undermined the doctrine, so many of the churches. And you see now our brothers and sisters out there who are Christian of various denominations, they need to hear this because they're watching this anti-white entertainment that is given to them as the gospel of Christianity, and they're learning from these anti-whites, this specific one you're talking about right now, for example, that the white people are always the villains, the non-white people are angelized, and they are always victimized by the white people. These things have ramifications. They have ramification for the religion of Christianity, all the denominations. It ends up coming out of the preachers' mouths, and it ends up polluting the minds of the congregation, just like everyone's minds are polluted when we turn on a television or when we go to science class or we go anywhere else. We need to get into every one of these venues and take our brothers and sisters back, take these venues back, take our religions back. God bless you, man. Final thought from you. And then please, let's try to have you call back again next week.
Oh, for sure, brother. Final thoughts. I'm really enjoying the IRL activism and the stories with tweets where we expose anti-whites.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I guarantee you, I've seen this anti-white watch on Twitter, and he's got like a lot of famous followers and things like that. He uses a lot of the lexicon. It wouldn't surprise me if that was you or Clips or somebody like that. If we could get anti-white watch on, to kind of share their story, that would be cool. But yeah, brother, more IRL events and more exposing anti-whites. That's what gets me excited.
We'll do that then, brother. It's awesome to have you on. Awesome to be able to be in the GFC of Virginia with you, and look forward to getting together with you in person again soon for some more IRL activism. And a big Promethean hails to you, champ.
Let's do it, brother. Peace.
Bye-bye. That is awesome. That's the great Caleb, ladies and gentlemen. And we're running out of time. I'm not going to be able to have Mr. V tonight because we are cutting it really close here. But we'll have Mr. V next week. No doubt we won't miss our Mr. V time. Caleb is amazing, though. And I got out there with Franklin and Caleb, and we made it happen. And there'll be more opportunities like that where, just us going out using the lexicon and dialectics of the Go Free method of argumentation, which can be taken further to reclaiming your identity from the anti-whites, giving you an opportunity, an option of something different than self-hate, hatred for our people, as we're down to 2 minutes and some seconds. Us going out there, or every time we go out, we are having a beneficial effect on our brothers and sisters, whereas other folks who are going out and sometimes they have goodness in their heart and they want to accomplish good things for our people. They're clumsy. They have tools given them by the anti-whites. They use the verbiage, the dialectics the anti-whites have given them, and they end up undermining themselves, undermining their efforts, and undermining our entire people as a consequence, undermining our countries as a consequence. We need to be able to reach these people with the tools that they will take. Sometimes it's going to be piecemeal, and sometimes it's going to be gun-ho like a Caleb, and they're just going to be like, I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to become the best. And they're going to do something epic like Caleb did right off the bat with the commander's calling. But we need to be going into every one of these places where white people live, they worship, they love, they educate, they recreate. We need to be all of these places because we are those people. Those are us. When Caleb is talking about being a devout Christian, he's there with our people, and he's our brothers and sisters, and he's watching them get receiving this propaganda and get corrupted by it, and he knows exactly how it's being done. Folks, we need to get to all of these places. We need to keep growing. Make this a big week because we were huge last week. Celebrate it. Let everybody know. Let everybody know about last week. I love you all. Let's go free.